There are places in history that speak loudly, and then there are places that say nothing at all. Birkenau is one of them. Here, the landscape stretches out in long, silent lines, rows of wooden blocks standing still beneath an open sky. No movement, no voices, just space and the weight of what once filled it. But these structures were never empty. Inside these blocks, thousands once lived in conditions defined by structure, routine, and control. Every wall, every bunk, every narrow pathway was part of a system designed to organize human life down to its smallest detail. Days followed strict patterns. Nights brought little rest. And over time, the environment itself began to change, worn down by constant use, shaped by the presence of those who passed through it. Today, what remains is silence. But that silence is not empty. It carries traces, subtle, almost invisible marks left behind in the wood, the space, and the structure itself. Because Birkenau is not just a place to see. It is a place to understand. In this documentary, we step inside the blocks, not to recreate the past, but to explore how these spaces were structured, how they were experienced, and what they represent today. And before we begin, take a moment to like this video, subscribe to In&Out Nazi Germany, and let me know in the comments where in the world you're watching from. Every story, every memory, and every place matters. And together we keep history alive. Now let's begin. Chapter 1, Segment 1, Entering the Blocks. As the perspective moves beyond the distant view of Birkenau's vast landscape and begins to draw closer to the rows of barracks that define its interior, the blocks themselves begin to take shape not merely as structures, but as environments with a specific presence. And it is within this transition from distance to proximity that the experience of these spaces begins to unfold, because from afar, the blocks appear uniform, repeating across the ground in a pattern that suggests order and structure, but as one approaches, the details of their construction and placement begin to emerge, revealing a setting that is both deliberate and controlled. And as the path leads toward one of these blocks, the ground underfoot reflects the conditions of the environment, often uneven, shaped by constant use and exposure. And as the exterior of the building comes into view, its materials, whether wood or brick, carry the marks of time and use, showing signs of wear that speak to the continuous presence of those who moved through these spaces. And as one stands before the entrance, the doorway itself becomes a threshold between the open environment outside and the enclosed space within, marking a transition that is both physical and perceptual, because stepping inside the block is not simply a movement from one place to another, but a shift into a different atmosphere, where the arrangement of space, light, and structure begins to define the experience in a more immediate way. And as one crosses this threshold, the first impression is shaped by the interior layout, where rows of bunks extend across the room, creating a pattern that mirrors the repetition seen outside, yet feels more concentrated and immediate within the confined space. And as the eyes adjust to the interior light, which is often limited and filtered through small openings, the details of the space become more apparent, revealing how the design of the block emphasizes capacity and organization over comfort. And as one observes the arrangement of bunks, stacked in multiple levels, it becomes clear that the space is structured to accommodate a large number of individuals within a limited area. And as this realization takes hold, the scale of the environment begins to feel more pronounced, not in terms of size alone, but in terms of how that size is utilized, with every section of the block contributing to a layout that prioritizes function within the constraints of the structure. And as one continues to move through the interior, the sense of enclosure becomes more defined, with the walls, ceiling, and rows of bunks creating boundaries that shape both movement and perception. And as this enclosed environment is experienced, it introduces a different rhythm compared to the openness outside, where space is no longer expansive, but segmented and organized in a way that directs attention inward. And as one reflects on this shift, it becomes evident that the blocks are not simply places of shelter, but spaces that are designed to manage and contain, with their structure influencing how individuals move, rest, and exist within them. And as this understanding deepens, it provides insight into how the blocks function within the broader system of Birkenau, demonstrating how their design aligns with the principles of order and control that define the camp. And as one continues to observe the interior, the repetition of elements, bunks, beams, and narrow pathways, creates a visual rhythm that reinforces the structured nature of the environment. And as this rhythm becomes more apparent, it contributes to a sense of continuity within the space, where each section mirrors the next, creating an environment that feels consistent and unchanging. And as we consider how this consistency influences perception, it becomes clear that it shapes the way the space is experienced, creating an atmosphere where variation is minimal and structure is dominant. And within this atmosphere, the blocks can be understood as environments that reflect the broader system in which they exist, where the organization of space is closely tied to the function it serves. And as this perspective continues to unfold, it reveals how the act of entering the blocks is not only a physical transition, but an introduction to a specific way of experiencing space, where the interplay between structure, repetition, and enclosure defines the environment. And as one reflects on this initial experience, it becomes clear that the blocks are spaces that must be understood not only through their physical characteristics, but through the way those characteristics shape perception, offering a deeper insight into how the environment operates and how it is experienced by those within it. As the experience of entering the block continues to unfold, the initial impressions of structure and layout begin to give way to a more detailed awareness of how the space functions over time, because beyond the immediate visual arrangement, there exists a rhythm of presence within the block that is shaped by both the physical environment and the activities that take place within it. And it is within this rhythm that the deeper character of the space begins to emerge, as the repetition of bunks and the narrow pathways between them are not static elements, but part of a living environment where movement, stillness, and routine interact in subtle ways. And as one observes the interior more closely, the relationship between space and activity becomes more apparent, with the layout guiding how individuals navigate the block, creating paths that are defined by the arrangement of structures rather than by open movement. And as this guidance is experienced, it reinforces the sense that the block is an environment where space is carefully organized to direct behavior. And as one considers how this organization influences perception, it becomes evident that it creates a sense of containment that extends beyond the physical boundaries of the walls, shaping how the interior is experienced as a whole. And as this sense of containment develops, it introduces a different understanding of the block, not only as a place of structure, but as a space where the relationship between individuals and their surroundings is defined by the limitations and arrangements of the environment. And as one continues to reflect on this relationship, the details of the interior begin to take on additional significance, with elements such as the height of the bunks, the spacing between them, and the positioning of openings all contributing to the overall experience of the space. And as these details are considered, it becomes clear that the design of the block is not incidental, but aligned with a specific function that prioritizes capacity and organization. And as this alignment is understood, it provides insight into how the block operates as part of a larger system, where each element of the environment is connected to a broader structure that defines its purpose. And as we observe how light moves through the interior, filtering in through small openings and creating areas of brightness and shadow, it becomes apparent that even the sensory aspects of the space contribute to its character, shaping how the interior is perceived and experienced. And as this interplay of light and shadow unfolds, it adds a layer of depth to the environment, emphasizing certain areas while leaving others less defined. And as one reflects on how this affects the overall atmosphere, it becomes clear that the block is a space where perception is influenced not only by structure, but by the subtle variations in light, sound, and movement that occur within it. And as these variations are integrated into the experience, they contribute to a sense of continuity that defines the environment, where the repetition of elements is balanced by the small changes that occur over time. And as we consider how this continuity shapes the understanding of the block, it becomes evident that it creates an environment that is both consistent and dynamic, where the structure remains stable while the experience of the space evolves through interaction and perception. And as one continues to observe the interior, the connection between the block and the broader camp becomes more apparent, with the layout and organization reflecting the same principles that define Birkenau as a whole. And as this connection is recognized, it reinforces the idea that the block is not an isolated space, but an integral part of a larger system, where the design of the environment contributes to the overall structure and function of the camp. And as this perspective deepens, it reveals how the experience of entering and being within the block is shaped by the interaction between physical space and broader context, demonstrating how the environment is both defined by its immediate characteristics and influenced by its place within the system. And as we reflect on this aspect of the narrative, it becomes clear that the blocks are spaces that must be understood through multiple layers, where structure, function, and perception come together to create an environment that is both specific and representative of the broader system. And as this exploration continues, it offers a deeper insight into how the blocks function within Birkenau, showing how their design and arrangement shape the experience of those within them, and how this experience contributes to a more comprehensive understanding of the environment as a whole. Chapter 1, Segment 2, Life and Conditions Inside the Blocks. As the initial experience of entering the block settles into familiarity, the focus begins to shift from the structure of the space toward the conditions that define daily existence within it, because beyond the arrangement of bunks and the boundaries of the walls, there exists an environment shaped by constant presence, limited resources, and the rhythms of routine. And it is within this environment that the reality of life inside the blocks begins to take form, not through isolated moments, but through the accumulation of conditions that influenced every aspect of the experience. And as one considers how these conditions were shaped, it becomes evident that the physical design of the block played a central role, with its capacity-focused layout creating an environment where space was shared, often beyond what the structure could comfortably accommodate. And as this shared space is observed, it introduces a sense of density that defines the interior, where the proximity of individuals to one another becomes a constant feature of daily life, shaping how movement, rest, and interaction take place within the block. And as one reflects on this density, it becomes clear that it contributes to a form of environment where personal space is limited, and where the boundaries between individuals are shaped more by the structure of the space than by individual preference. And as this understanding develops, it provides insight into how the block functions as a collective environment, where the experience of the space is shared rather than individual. And as one continues to observe the interior, the conditions of the block extend beyond spatial density into other aspects of the environment, including air quality, temperature, and the general state of the space, all of which contribute to the overall experience. And as these factors are considered, it becomes evident that the enclosed nature of the block influences how air circulates, often creating an atmosphere that feels heavy and static. And as this atmosphere is experienced, it shapes the perception of the space, reinforcing the sense of enclosure and continuity that defines the interior. And as one reflects on how temperature affects the environment, it becomes clear that the blocks were subject to external conditions, with the materials of the structure offering limited insulation, resulting in interiors that could feel cold during certain periods and warmer during others. And as this variation is experienced, it adds another layer to the understanding of life within the block, showing how the environment is influenced not only by its design, but by the conditions surrounding it. And as one continues to consider the daily experience within the block, the role of routine becomes increasingly apparent, with activities such as waking, resting, and moving through the space following patterns that are shaped by both the structure of the environment and the broader system of the camp. And as these patterns are repeated over time, they create a rhythm that defines daily life, where the consistency of routine contributes to a sense of predictability within the otherwise constrained environment. And as this predictability develops, it provides a framework through which the experience of the block can be understood, showing how the repetition of actions interacts with the physical conditions of the space to create a continuous and structured form of existence. And as we consider how these conditions influence perception, it becomes evident that they shape not only the physical experience of the environment, but the way it is understood as a whole, creating an awareness that is defined by both the immediate and the cumulative aspects of life within the block. And as one continues to reflect on this environment, the interaction between structure, condition, and routine becomes more clearly defined, demonstrating how each element contributes to the overall experience and how the combination of these elements creates a space that is both controlled and consistent. And as this understanding deepens, it reveals how the blocks function as environments that are shaped by the interplay between design and lived experience, offering a perspective that connects the physical characteristics of the space with the conditions that define daily life within it. And as we reflect on this aspect of the narrative, it becomes clear that life inside the blocks cannot be understood through a single element alone, but through the integration of multiple factors that together create a complex and continuous environment. And as this exploration continues, it provides a deeper insight into how these conditions shaped the experience of those within the blocks, demonstrating how the interaction between space, routine, and environment contributed to a form of daily life that was defined by both structure and limitation, and how this experience is an essential part of understanding the role of the blocks within the broader system of Birkenau. As the conditions within the blocks continue to be examined, the focus deepens to consider how these elements interacted with one another over time, creating an environment that was not only shaped by its physical characteristics, but by the way those characteristics influenced and were influenced by daily life, because the experience of the block was not static, but evolved through the continuous interaction between space, routine, and presence. And it is within this interaction that the complexity of life inside the blocks becomes more fully understood, as the repetition of daily activities takes place within an environment that both shapes and responds to those activities. And as one observes how this interaction unfolds, it becomes clear that the structure of the block plays a central role in guiding behavior, with the arrangement of bunks, pathways, and shared areas creating a framework through which individuals navigate the space. And as this navigation becomes familiar, over time it contributes to a sense of rhythm within the environment, where movement and stillness follow patterns that are influenced by both the design of the space and the routines that define daily life. And as we consider how this rhythm influences perception, it becomes evident that it creates a sense of continuity within the block, where each day follows a similar structure, reinforcing the consistency of the environment and the predictability of its patterns. And within this continuity, the experience of the block becomes defined not by isolated events, but by the accumulation of repeated actions that shape the overall perception of the space. And as one continues to reflect on this accumulation, the role of the environment in influencing these patterns becomes more apparent, showing how the conditions of the block, its density, its enclosure, and its limited resources contribute to the way routines are carried out and experienced. And as this contribution is understood, it highlights the interconnected nature of the environment, where physical conditions and daily activities are closely linked, each influencing the other in ways that shape the overall experience. And as we observe how these elements interact over time, it becomes clear that the block functions as a dynamic space, where the repetition of routines creates a sense of stability, while the ongoing interaction between individuals and their surroundings introduces subtle variations that influence the experience of the environment. And as this dynamic is considered, it provides insight into how life inside the blocks is shaped by both consistency and change, demonstrating how the environment maintains its structure while allowing for the variations that occur through daily interaction. And as one continues to explore this balance, the broader significance of the blocks within the system of Birkenau becomes more apparent, as they can be seen as spaces that reflect the principles of organization and control that define the camp, while also serving as environments where these principles are experienced on a daily basis. And as this perspective deepens, it reveals how the conditions within the blocks contribute to a more comprehensive understanding of the camp as a whole, showing how the interaction between space, routine, An environment creates a form of existence that is both structured and continuous, and as we reflect on this aspect of the narrative, it becomes clear that the experience of life inside the blocks is shaped by a complex interplay of factors that cannot be understood in isolation, but must be considered together as part of a larger system. And as this exploration continues, it offers a deeper insight into how these spaces functioned as environments that influenced both the physical and perceptual aspects of daily life, demonstrating how the combination of structure, condition, and routine created a space that was defined by both its design and the experiences that took place within it, and how this understanding contributes to a broader awareness of the role of the blocks within Birkenau, providing a perspective that connects the details of daily life to the larger system in which they existed. Chapter 1, Segment 3, Moments of Selection. As the understanding of life and conditions within the blocks deepens, the narrative now turns toward one of the most defining aspects of these spaces, the moments when decisions were made, often referred to as selections. And it is within this context that the blocks take on an additional layer of significance, because beyond serving as places of rest and routine, they were also environments where individuals could be assessed, observed, and categorized according to criteria that were not always clearly explained, and as one considers how these moments unfolded, it becomes evident that they were not always isolated events, but were integrated into the broader structure of camp life, sometimes occurring within or near the blocks themselves. And as this integration is understood, it reveals how the blocks functioned not only as living spaces, but as points within the system where processes of evaluation could take place. And as one reflects on how these moments were experienced, the atmosphere within the block begins to take on a different quality, where the routine that defined daily life could be interrupted by periods of heightened attention and uncertainty. And as this shift occurs, the space itself seems to change in perception, not in its physical structure, but in the way it is experienced, with the familiar arrangement of bunks and pathways now forming the backdrop to moments that carry a different kind of significance. And as one observes how individuals might have responded to these moments, it becomes clear that the experience of the block was shaped not only by its physical conditions, but by the awareness of how decisions could be made within or around it. And as this awareness develops, it contributes to a sense of anticipation that becomes part of the environment, where the routine of daily life is accompanied by an underlying recognition that change can occur within the same space. And as we consider how this recognition influences perception, it becomes evident that it creates a layered experience of the block, where the visible structure is combined with an understanding of the processes that take place within it. And within this layered experience, the blocks can be seen as spaces that hold both continuity and uncertainty, where the repetition of daily activities exists alongside moments that alter the course of individual experiences. And as one continues to reflect on this dynamic, the role of the blocks within the broader system becomes more clearly defined, as they can be understood as environments where different aspects of the system intersect, including routine, observation, and decision-making. And as this intersection is examined, it provides insight into how the blocks functioned as integral components of the camp, contributing to processes that extended beyond their immediate role as living spaces. And as we consider how these processes were structured, it becomes clear that they were influenced by the broader organization of the camp, where different areas and activities were connected through a network of interactions that shaped the overall operation of the system. And as one continues to explore this connection, the significance of the blocks as spaces of selection becomes more fully realized, demonstrating how their design and use allowed them to serve multiple functions within the camp. And as this understanding deepens, it reveals how the experience of the blocks is shaped by both their physical characteristics and the processes that take place within them, creating an environment that is defined by a combination of structure, routine, and decision-making. And as we reflect on this aspect of the narrative, it becomes clear that the moments of selection are an essential part of understanding the role of the blocks, offering a perspective that connects the experience of daily life with the broader processes that define the system. And as this exploration continues, it provides a deeper insight into how these moments were integrated into the environment, showing how the blocks functioned as spaces where routine and evaluation could coexist, and how this coexistence contributed to a more complex and layered understanding of the environment within Birkenau. As the exploration of selection within the blocks continues, the focus shifts toward understanding how these moments fit into the broader experience of the environment over time, because while individual instances of selection may have been brief, their presence within the structure of daily life contributed to an ongoing awareness that shaped how the blocks were perceived and experienced. And it is within this ongoing awareness that the deeper significance of these moments begins to emerge, as they become part of the rhythm of the environment rather than isolated events. And as one considers how this rhythm develops, it becomes evident that the experience of the block is influenced by both the repetition of routine and the intermittent presence of evaluation, creating a dynamic in which continuity and uncertainty are closely intertwined. And as this dynamic is observed, it reveals how the blocks functioned as spaces where different aspects of the system were brought together, with the physical structure of the environment providing the setting for processes that extended beyond the immediate experience of daily life. And as we reflect on how this interaction shapes perception, it becomes clear that it creates a sense of complexity within the environment, where the same space can carry multiple meanings depending on the context in which it is experienced. And within this complexity, the blocks can be understood as spaces that are defined not only by what is visible, but by the processes that occur within them, offering a perspective that integrates both the physical and conceptual aspects of the environment. And as one continues to explore this perspective, the role of the blocks within the broader system of Birkenau becomes more fully realized, demonstrating how their function extends beyond their immediate use to include their involvement in processes that contribute to the overall operation of the camp. And as this understanding deepens, it provides insight into how the experience of the blocks is shaped by the interaction between structure and process, showing how the design of the environment supports the activities that take place within it and how those activities, in turn, influence the perception of the space. And as we consider how this interaction unfolds over time, it becomes evident that it creates a layered experience in which the meaning of the blocks evolves through the accumulation of experiences and awareness, allowing for a more nuanced understanding of their role within the system. And as one reflects on this evolving meaning, it becomes clear that the moments of selection are not separate from the environment, but integrated into it, contributing to the overall character of the space and influencing how it is experienced. And as this integration is understood, it highlights the importance of considering both the immediate and the cumulative aspects of the environment, demonstrating how the experience of the blocks is shaped by both the conditions of daily life and the processes that occur within them. And as we reflect on this aspect of the narrative, it becomes clear that the exploration of selection within the blocks provides a deeper insight into how these spaces functioned as part of a larger system, showing how their role within Birkenau is defined by the interaction between routine and evaluation, and how this interaction contributes to a more comprehensive understanding of the environment. And as this exploration continues, it offers a perspective that connects the detailed observation of the blocks with a broader awareness of their significance, demonstrating how the combination of structure, process, and perception creates an environment that is both complex and cohesive, and how this understanding enhances the overall narrative of Birkenau and its interconnected systems. Chapter 2, Segment 1: The Different Types of Blocks. As the narrative moves beyond the initial understanding of the blocks as unified spaces, the perspective begins to shift toward recognizing that not all blocks within Birkenau functioned in the same way. And it is within this recognition that a more detailed and layered understanding of the environment begins to emerge, because while the external appearance of the barracks often suggested uniformity, their internal roles and purposes could differ depending on how they were integrated into the broader system. And as one considers how these differences were expressed, it becomes evident that the blocks can be understood not only as repeating structures, but as spaces assigned to specific functions that contributed to the organization of the camp. And as this functional variation is explored, the perception of the blocks begins to change, moving from a view of sameness to one of differentiation, where each block, while structurally similar, could serve a distinct role within the larger framework. And as one approaches this understanding, the importance of categorization within the camp becomes more apparent, demonstrating how the organization of space was closely tied to the organization of activity. And as this connection develops, it reveals how the blocks were arranged in a way that reflected their purpose, creating a system in which location, structure, and function were interconnected. And as one continues to observe the environment through this lens, the idea of grouping begins to emerge, where certain blocks were associated with particular uses, forming clusters that contributed to the overall organization of the camp. And as this grouping is recognized, it provides insight into how the camp was structured as a network of spaces, each with its own role, yet all connected within a larger system. And as we reflect on how this network influences perception, it becomes clear that it allows for a more comprehensive understanding of the blocks, showing how their function cannot be fully understood in isolation, but must be considered in relation to the surrounding environment. And within this relational perspective, the blocks begin to take on a new significance, as they are seen as components of a system that is defined by both repetition and variation, where the consistency of structure is balanced by the diversity of function. And as this balance becomes more apparent, it highlights the complexity of the environment, demonstrating how a seemingly uniform landscape can contain multiple layers of organization and purpose. And as one continues to explore this complexity, the role of specific types of blocks begins to come into focus, with certain barracks designated for particular groups, conditions, or stages within the system. And as these designations are considered, it becomes evident that they contribute to a form of spatial organization that reflects the broader structure of the camp. And as we consider how this structure shapes the experience of the environment, it becomes clear that it creates a framework in which individuals are positioned within specific spaces according to the function those spaces serve. And as this framework is understood, it provides a deeper insight into how the blocks operate as part of a larger system, demonstrating how their differentiation contributes to the overall organization of Birkenau. And as one reflects on this aspect of the narrative, it becomes evident that the exploration of different types of blocks adds a new dimension to the understanding of the environment, showing how variation within a system of repetition can create a complex and structured network of spaces. And as this perspective continues to unfold, it offers a more detailed view of how the blocks functioned within the camp, revealing how their roles were defined not only by their physical characteristics, but by the specific purposes they served within the broader system, and how this differentiation contributes to a more comprehensive understanding of Birkenau as an interconnected and organized environment. As the understanding of different types of blocks continues to develop, the focus shifts toward examining how these variations influence the experience of the environment. Because while the structural similarities between blocks created a sense of uniformity, the differences in their roles introduced distinct conditions and dynamics that shaped how each space was perceived and used. And it is within this interplay between similarity and variation that the complexity of the blocks becomes more fully realized, as the same architectural framework could support a range of functions depending on how it was integrated into the system. And as one considers how this adaptability was achieved, it becomes evident that the design of the blocks allowed for a degree of flexibility, where the arrangement of interiors, the allocation of space, and the organization of activities could be adjusted to meet the specific requirements of each function. And as this flexibility is observed, it highlights the importance of the blocks as adaptable components within the camp, demonstrating how their structure could accommodate different uses while maintaining the overall coherence of the environment. And as we reflect on how this adaptability influences perception, it becomes clear that it creates a layered understanding of the blocks, where their physical appearance remains consistent, but their meaning and function vary depending on context. And within this layered understanding, the blocks can be seen as spaces that carry multiple identities, each defined by the role they play within the system. And as one continues to explore this idea, the relationship between form and function becomes more apparent, showing how the same structural design can support different purposes through variations in use and organization. And as this relationship is examined, it provides insight into how the camp operates as a system that balances standardization with differentiation, allowing for both consistency and specialization within its structure. And as we consider how this balance shapes the overall environment, it becomes evident that it contributes to a sense of order that is both uniform and complex, where the repetition of structures creates a recognizable pattern, while the variation in function introduces diversity within that pattern. And as one reflects on this aspect of the narrative, it becomes clear that the different types of blocks are essential to understanding how the camp functions as a whole, demonstrating how the organization of space is closely tied to the organization of activity, and how this connection creates an environment that is both structured and dynamic. And as this understanding deepens, it reveals how the experience of the blocks is shaped by their role within this system, showing how the conditions within each space are influenced by the function it serves and how this function contributes to the overall operation of the camp. And as we continue to reflect on this relationship, it becomes evident that the blocks can be understood as elements within a broader network of spaces, each contributing to the system in a specific way. And as this network is examined, it provides a more comprehensive view of how Birkenau is organized, demonstrating how the interaction between different types of blocks creates a cohesive and interconnected environment. And as this perspective continues to unfold, it offers a deeper insight into how the blocks function as both individual spaces and components of a larger system, revealing how their variation in role and function contributes to the overall structure and operation of the camp. And as we reflect on this aspect of the narrative, it becomes clear that the exploration of different types of blocks is not only about identifying their differences, but about understanding how those differences contribute to a more complete and nuanced view of the environment, demonstrating how the combination of uniformity and variation creates a system that is both organized and complex, and how this system shapes the experience of the blocks within Birkenau as a whole. Chapter 2, Segment 2: Conditions of Weakness and Survival. As the narrative moves deeper into the understanding of how different types of blocks function within Birkenau, the focus now shifts toward a more specific and sensitive aspect of the environment: how physical condition and perceived ability influenced where individuals were placed and how they experienced life within certain blocks. And it is within this perspective that the concept of weakness must be understood not as an isolated characteristic, but as something shaped by a combination of factors including exhaustion, illness, limited resources, and the cumulative impact of the environment itself. And as one considers how these factors interacted, it becomes evident that the conditions within the camp played a central role in influencing physical state, where the structure of daily life, the availability of food, the demands placed on individuals, and the nature of the living environment all contributed to changes in strength and endurance over time. And as this understanding develops, it reveals how the blocks were not neutral spaces, but environments where these conditions were both experienced and observed, creating a setting in which physical state became a visible and consequential aspect of daily life. And as one reflects on how individuals move through the camp, it becomes clear that placement within certain blocks could be influenced by these factors, with specific areas designated for those who were no longer able to keep pace with the demands of the system. And as this designation is considered, it highlights the role of the blocks as spaces where different stages of physical condition were managed within the broader structure of the camp. And as we observe how these spaces functioned, it becomes evident that they were part of a system that categorized individuals according to perceived capability, creating an environment where physical state was closely tied to placement and experience. And as one continues to explore this relationship, the conditions within these blocks begin to take on a distinct character, shaped by the presence of individuals whose physical state reflected the cumulative effects of the environment. And as this character is observed, it contributes to a deeper understanding of how the blocks functioned as spaces that were influenced by both the structure of the camp and the conditions experienced within it. And as one reflects on the atmosphere within these blocks, it becomes clear that the environment was shaped not only by physical factors, but by the awareness of how those factors influenced placement and movement within the system, creating a sense of continuity between condition and location. And as this continuity develops, it reveals how the experience of these blocks was shaped by a combination of environmental and systemic influences, demonstrating how the physical and organizational aspects of the camp interacted to create a specific form of existence within these spaces. And as we consider how this interaction influenced perception, it becomes evident that it created an environment where the relationship between strength, endurance, and placement was constantly present, shaping how individuals experienced both the space and their position within it. And as one continues to reflect on this dynamic, the significance of these blocks within the broader system becomes more fully realized, as they can be understood as spaces that reflect the impact of the camp's conditions on the individuals within it, offering a perspective that connects the physical environment with the lived experience of those who occupied it. And as this understanding deepens, it provides insight into how the blocks functioned as part of a larger system that organized and managed individuals based on a range of factors, demonstrating how the interaction between environment, condition, and structure created a complex and layered experience that is essential to understanding the role of these spaces within Birkenau. As the exploration of conditions within these specific blocks continues, the focus shifts toward understanding how the experience of these environments evolved over time, because the state of physical weakness was not static, but often the result of ongoing exposure to the conditions of the camp. And it is within this progression that the relationship between environment and physical condition becomes more clearly defined, as the cumulative effects of daily life, limited nourishment, physical strain, and the demands of routine contributed to changes in endurance and capability, and as these changes took place, they influenced how individuals were perceived within the system and, in turn, where they were placed. And as one considers how this process unfolded, it becomes evident that the blocks associated with these conditions were part of a broader framework that responded to these changes, creating spaces where individuals at different stages of physical condition were grouped together. And as this grouping is understood, it reveals how the camp operated as a system that continuously adjusted to the state of those within it, demonstrating how placement within the blocks was influenced by an ongoing assessment of physical capability. And as we reflect on how this assessment shaped the experience of the environment, it becomes clear that it introduced a dynamic in which movement between different spaces was connected to changes in condition, creating a sense of progression that was closely tied to the broader structure of the camp. And as one continues to observe this progression, the role of the blocks becomes more clearly defined, showing how they functioned as environments that reflected different stages within this process. And as this understanding deepens, it highlights the interconnected nature of the system, where the conditions within the blocks are influenced by factors that extend beyond their immediate boundaries. And as we consider how this interconnectedness shapes perception, it becomes evident that it creates a layered understanding of the environment, where the experience of a single block is connected to the broader context of the camp. And within this context, the blocks associated with these conditions can be seen as spaces that illustrate the impact of the environment over time, demonstrating how the cumulative effects of daily life influenced both physical state and placement within the system. And as one reflects on this aspect of the narrative, it becomes clear that the experience of these blocks cannot be understood in isolation, but must be considered as part of a larger process that connects individual condition with systemic organization. And as this perspective continues to unfold, it provides a deeper insight into how the blocks functioned as part of a dynamic and evolving environment, where changes in physical condition were closely tied to the structure of the system. And as we reflect on how this relationship influences the overall understanding of Birkenau, it becomes evident that it offers a more comprehensive view of how the camp operated, demonstrating how the interaction between environment, condition, and placement created a system that was both structured and responsive. And as this exploration reaches its conclusion, it reinforces the idea that understanding these blocks requires an awareness of the broader processes that shaped them, showing how the conditions within these spaces are connected to the larger narrative of the camp and how this connection contributes to a more nuanced and complete understanding of the environment and its impact on those within it. Chapter 2, Segment 3, Role within the System. As the understanding of the different types of blocks and the conditions associated with them becomes more fully developed, the perspective now shifts toward examining how these spaces functioned within the broader system of Birkenau. because while each block can be understood through its structure, purpose, and conditions, its true significance emerges when it is viewed as part of a larger network that connects individual spaces into a cohesive whole, and it is within this network that the blocks take on a role that extends beyond their immediate environment, becoming components of a system defined by organization, categorization, and continuous operation. And as one considers how this system was structured, it becomes evident that the blocks were not arranged randomly, but positioned in a way that reflected their function and their relationship to other areas within the camp. And as this positioning is examined, it reveals how the layout of Birkenau was designed to create connections between different spaces, allowing for the movement of individuals and activities to follow patterns that aligned with the broader organization of the camp. And as we reflect on how the blocks fit into this layout, it becomes clear that they served as key points within the system, acting as locations where individuals were housed, observed, and organized in ways that supported the overall structure. And as this understanding develops, it highlights the role of the blocks as elements that contribute to the continuity of the system, demonstrating how their consistent presence and function help maintain the order and flow of the environment. And as one continues to explore this role, the relationship between the blocks and other parts of the camp becomes more apparent, with pathways, open spaces, and surrounding structures all contributing to a network that connects these elements into a unified whole. And as this network is observed, it provides insight into how the camp operates as an interconnected system, where each component plays a specific role in supporting the overall function. And as we consider how this interconnectedness influences perception, it becomes evident that it creates a sense of coherence within the environment, where the repetition of structures is balanced by the relationships between them, allowing for a more comprehensive understanding of how the system operates. And within this perspective, the blocks can be seen as spaces that embody the principles of organization and categorization that define Birkenau, offering a view of how these principles are applied at a structural level. And as this view develops, it reveals how the blocks function as points of intersection within the system, where different aspects of camp life converge, including routine, observation, and movement. And as one reflects on how these aspects interact, it becomes clear that the blocks are not isolated environments, but spaces that are deeply integrated into the operation of the camp, demonstrating how their function is shaped by their connection to the larger system. And as we consider how this integration influences the experience of the blocks, it becomes evident that it creates a layered understanding of the environment, where the physical characteristics of the space are closely tied to the processes that take place within it. And as this layered understanding deepens, it provides insight into how the blocks contribute to the overall structure of Birkenau, showing how their presence supports the organization and continuity of the system. And as one continues to reflect on this aspect of the narrative, it becomes clear that the role of the blocks within the system is essential to understanding how the camp operates, offering a perspective that connects the detailed observation of individual spaces with a broader awareness of the network in which they exist. And as this exploration continues, it reveals how the blocks function as integral components of a complex and interconnected system, demonstrating how their design, placement, and function all contribute to the overall coherence and operation of Birkenau as a whole. As the role of the blocks within the system continues to be examined, the focus deepens to consider how their presence contributes not only to the physical organization of the camp, but to the way the system is experienced and understood as a whole, because the significance of the blocks lies not only in their function, but in how they reflect the broader principles that define the environment. And it is within this reflection that their importance becomes more fully realized, as they can be seen as spaces that embody the structure, processes, and relationships that characterize Birkenau. And as one considers how this embodiment takes place, it becomes evident that the repetition of the blocks across the landscape creates a visual and structural pattern that reinforces the sense of order within the camp. And as this pattern is observed, it highlights the consistency of the system, showing how the same structural framework is applied across multiple spaces to create a cohesive environment. And as we reflect on how this consistency influences perception, it becomes clear that it contributes to a sense of uniformity that defines the experience of the camp, where the repetition of structures creates a recognizable pattern that shapes how the environment is understood, and within this pattern, the variation in function between different blocks adds a layer of complexity, demonstrating how the system balances standardization with specialization. And as one continues to explore this balance, the blocks can be seen as spaces that illustrate how these two elements, uniformity and variation, work together to create an environment that is both organized and adaptable. And as this understanding develops, it provides insight into how the blocks contribute to the broader narrative of the camp, showing how their presence reflects the principles that define the system and how their function supports the overall structure. And as we consider how this perspective shapes the understanding of the environment, it becomes evident that it allows for a more comprehensive view of how the camp operates, demonstrating how the interaction between different elements creates a cohesive and interconnected system. And as one continues to reflect on this interaction, the blocks can be understood as spaces that not only serve specific functions, but also contribute to the overall perception of the camp as a structured and organized environment. And as this perception deepens, it reveals how the experience of the blocks is shaped by both their individual characteristics and their role within the larger system, creating a perspective that integrates the detailed observation of specific spaces with a broader awareness of the environment as a whole. And as we reflect on this aspect of the narrative, it becomes clear that the blocks are essential to understanding the system of Birkenau, offering a perspective that connects their physical presence with the principles that define the camp. And as this exploration continues, it provides a deeper insight into how the blocks function as both individual spaces and components of a larger network, demonstrating how their design, placement, and function all contribute to the overall coherence and operation of the environment. And as this understanding reaches its conclusion, it reinforces the idea that the role of the blocks within the system is not limited to their immediate function, but extends into their contribution to the broader structure and perception of the camp, offering a comprehensive view of how these spaces are integrated into the narrative of Birkenau and how their presence shapes the understanding of the environment as a whole. Chapter 3, Segment 1: The Human Presence Inside the Blocks. As the narrative moves beyond structure, classification, and system, the perspective shifts toward the human presence that define the interior of the blocks, because while the environment has been understood through its design and function, it is within the presence of individuals that the space takes on its most immediate and meaningful dimension. And it is within this shift that the blocks begin to be understood not only as constructed environments, but as places where lives were lived within the constraints of the system. And as one considers how this presence shaped the experience of the blocks, it becomes evident that the interaction between individuals and their surroundings created a dynamic that cannot be understood through structure alone, because the space was not empty but continuously occupied, and as this occupation is observed, it introduces a layer of movement, stillness, and interaction that defines the environment on a human level. And as one reflects on how individuals existed within the block, the arrangement of bunks, the narrow pathways, and the limited space begin to take on a different meaning, no longer simply structural elements, but components of an environment that shaped how people moved, rested, and related to one another. And as this understanding develops, it reveals how the presence of individuals transforms the perception of the space, creating an environment that is defined not only by its physical characteristics, but by the ways in which it is inhabited. And as one continues to observe this interaction, the concept of shared existence becomes more apparent, because the density of the blocks meant that individuals were rarely alone. And as this shared presence is considered, it highlights the importance of proximity in shaping the experience of the environment, where the boundaries between individuals are influenced by the limitations of space. And as this proximity is experienced, it creates a form of awareness that is shaped by the presence of others, where movement, rest, and daily routines are carried out within a collective setting. And as one reflects on how this collective environment influences perception, it becomes clear that it creates a sense of interconnectedness within the block, where the experience of each individual is shaped by the presence of those around them, and as this interconnectedness develops, it reveals how the blocks function as environments where individual and collective experiences are closely linked, creating a space where personal and shared realities coexist. And as we consider how this coexistence shapes the understanding of the blocks, it becomes evident that it adds a layer of complexity to the environment, demonstrating how the interaction between individuals and their surroundings contributes to the overall character of the space. And as one continues to explore this perspective, the role of routine becomes more clearly defined, as daily activities are carried out within the shared environment, creating patterns of movement and stillness that define the rhythm of life within the block. And as these patterns are observed, they reveal how the presence of individuals contributes to the continuity of the environment, showing how the repetition of actions creates a sense of structure within the space. And as the structure is understood, it provides insight into how the blocks function as environments that are shaped by both physical design and human activity, demonstrating how the interaction between these elements creates a dynamic and continuous experience. And as one reflects on this aspect of the narrative, it becomes clear that the human presence within the blocks is essential to understanding their role within Birkenau, offering a perspective that connects the physical characteristics of the space with the lived experience of those within it. And as this exploration continues, it reveals how the blocks are not only defined by their structure and function, but by the presence of individuals who inhabited them, demonstrating how the interaction between space and human experience creates an environment that is both complex and deeply interconnected, and how this understanding contributes to a more comprehensive view of the blocks within the broader system of the camp. As the exploration of human presence within the blocks continues, the focus deepens to consider how the interaction between individuals and the environment evolved over time, because the experience of the block was not static, but shaped by the ongoing presence of those within it. And it is within this ongoing interaction that the environment takes on a dynamic quality, where the structure of the space and the activities of individuals continuously influence one another. And as one considers how this interaction unfolds, it becomes evident that the blocks functioned as spaces where patterns of behavior developed in response to both the physical conditions and the routines of daily life. And as these patterns are observed, they reveal how individuals adapted to the environment, finding ways to navigate the limitations of space, share resources, and maintain a sense of continuity within the constraints of the system. And as we reflect on how this adaptation shapes the experience of the blocks, it becomes clear that it creates a form of resilience within the environment, where the presence of individuals contributes to a sense of continuity that persists despite the challenges of the conditions. And as this resilience is considered, it highlights the importance of human interaction in shaping the perception of the space, demonstrating how the relationships between individuals influence the way the environment is experienced. And as one continues to explore this perspective, the role of communication becomes more apparent, as individuals interact with one another within the shared space, creating a network of relationships that contributes to the overall character of the block. And as this network develops, it provides insight into how the blocks function as social environments, where the presence of individuals creates a sense of connection that extends beyond the physical structure. And as we consider how this connection influences perception, it becomes evident that it adds a layer of meaning to the environment, showing how the experience of the block is shaped not only by its physical conditions, but by the interactions that take place within it. And as this understanding deepens, it reveals how the blocks are spaces where individual and collective experiences intersect, creating an environment that is defined by both personal and shared realities. And as one reflects on how this intersection shapes the overall narrative, it becomes clear that it provides a more comprehensive understanding of the blocks, demonstrating how the presence of individuals contributes to the complexity and depth of the environment. And as this perspective continues to unfold, it highlights the importance of considering the human dimension when examining these spaces, showing how the interaction between individuals and their surroundings creates an experience that cannot be fully understood through structure alone. And as we reflect on this aspect of the narrative, it becomes evident that the blocks are environments where the human presence plays a central role in shaping both the physical and perceptual aspects of the space, offering a perspective that connects the detailed observation of the environment with a broader awareness of the lived experience within it. And as this exploration continues, it provides a deeper insight into how the blocks functioned as spaces where human presence, interaction, and adaptation contributed to the overall character of the environment, demonstrating how the combination of these elements creates a dynamic and interconnected experience that is essential to understanding the role of the blocks within Birkenau, and how this understanding contributes to a more nuanced and complete view of the environment and its significance within the broader narrative. Chapter 3, Segment 2, Individual Experience and Inner Reality. As the focus on human presence within the blocks becomes more fully developed, the perspective begins to move inward, shifting from the collective environment to the individual experience that unfolded within it, because while the shared conditions and structures shaped the overall atmosphere of the blocks, each person within that space carried their own perception, awareness, and internal response to the environment, and it is within this inward dimension that the experience of the blocks takes on a deeper level of complexity as the external conditions are filtered through individual understanding, creating a reality that is both shaped by the environment and unique to each person. And as one considers how this individual experience developed, it becomes evident that the physical characteristics of the block, its density, its structure, its repetition, did not exist in isolation, but interacted with the thoughts and awareness of those within it, influencing how the space was perceived on a personal level. And as this interaction unfolds, the block becomes more than a physical setting, transforming into an environment that is experienced through a combination of external conditions and internal reflection. And as one reflects on how individuals might have perceived the space, it becomes clear that the repetition of bunks, the limited light, and the constant presence of others could take on different meanings depending on one's state of mind, creating a range of perceptions that existed simultaneously within the same environment. And as this variation is considered, it highlights the importance of understanding the blocks not only as shared spaces, but as environments where multiple layers of experience coexist, each shaped by the interaction between the individual and their surroundings. And as one continues to explore this perspective, the concept of awareness becomes more central as individuals navigate the environment with an understanding that is influenced by both immediate conditions and the broader context of the camp. And as this awareness develops, it shapes how the space is experienced, creating a sense of continuity that connects past moments with present conditions. And as we consider how this continuity influences perception, it becomes evident that it creates a form of internal rhythm that parallels the external routines of the block, where the repetition of daily life is accompanied by an ongoing process of reflection and adaptation. And within this internal rhythm, the experience of the block becomes more than a series of actions, evolving into a continuous state of being that is shaped by both the physical and psychological dimensions of the environment. And as one reflects on how individuals maintained a sense of awareness within these conditions, it becomes clear that the interaction between the environment and the internal experience created a dynamic that is essential to understanding the blocks, demonstrating how the physical space influenced not only what individuals did, but how they perceived and understood their surroundings. And as this understanding deepens, it reveals how the individual experience within the blocks cannot be separated from the environment itself, but must be seen as an integral part of it, where the external and internal dimensions are closely intertwined. And as we reflect on this aspect of the narrative, it becomes evident that the blocks are spaces where the physical conditions of the environment and the internal experiences of individuals come together to create a layered and complex reality, offering a perspective that connects the observable characteristics of the space with the less visible but equally important dimension of personal perception. And as this exploration continues, it provides a deeper insight into how individuals experienced life within the blocks, showing how the interaction between structure, condition, and awareness created a form of existence that was both shaped by the environment and experienced on a deeply personal level. and how this understanding contributes to a more comprehensive and nuanced view of the blocks within the broader context of Birkenau. As the exploration of individual experience continues, the perspective deepens further into the inner reality that developed within the environment of the blocks, because beyond the interaction between physical space and immediate perception, there existed an internal dimension shaped by memory, thought, and the ongoing effort to make sense of the surroundings, and it is within this inner dimension that the experience of the blocks becomes even more complex, as individuals navigate not only the external conditions, but their own understanding of those conditions, creating a layered reality in which the environment is both lived and interpreted simultaneously. And as one considers how this inner reality was formed, it becomes evident that it was influenced by a combination of past experiences, present awareness, and the continuous need to adapt to the environment. And as this combination unfolds, it reveals how the experience of the blocks is shaped by more than just physical conditions, demonstrating how the internal responses of individuals contribute to the overall perception of the space. And as one reflects on how these internal responses might have varied, it becomes clear that the same environment could be experienced in different ways depending on one's perspective, creating a diversity of experiences within a shared space. And as this diversity is considered, it highlights the importance of understanding the blocks as environments that contain multiple layers of reality, where the physical and internal dimensions interact to create a complex and dynamic experience. And as one continues to explore this interaction, the role of memory becomes more apparent, as individuals carry with them an awareness of past moments that influence how the present is perceived. And as this influence is observed, it creates a sense of continuity within the internal experience, where the past and present are connected through reflection. And as we consider how this continuity shapes perception, it becomes evident that it adds depth to the experience of the blocks, showing how the environment is not only lived in the moment, but understood through an ongoing process of recollection and interpretation. And as this understanding develops, it provides insight into how individuals maintained a sense of identity within the environment, demonstrating how the internal dimension of experience allowed for a form of continuity that existed alongside the external conditions. And as one reflects on how this internal continuity interacted with the physical environment, it becomes clear that it created a balance between the external and internal aspects of experience, where the constraints of the space were met with an ongoing process of thought and awareness. And as this balance is considered, it reveals how the blocks functioned as spaces where both the physical and psychological dimensions of existence were present, creating an environment that was defined by more than just its structure and conditions. And as we reflect on this aspect of the narrative, it becomes evident that the inner reality of individuals within the blocks is essential to understanding the full scope of the experience, offering a perspective that connects the observable environment with the internal processes that shape how it is perceived and understood. And as this exploration continues, it provides a deeper insight into how the interaction between environment and inner experience created a layered and multifaceted reality within the blocks, demonstrating how the combination of physical conditions, awareness, and reflection contributed to a form of existence that is both complex and deeply human, and how this understanding enhances the overall narrative of Birkenau by adding a dimension that connects the external environment with the internal experiences of those who lived within it, offering a more comprehensive and nuanced view of the blocks and their significance within the broader context of the camp. Chapter 3, Segment 3, Hope, Uncertainty, and Awareness. As the narrative continues to deepen its focus on individual experience within the blocks, the perspective begins to explore the complex and often overlapping states of awareness that shaped how the environment was perceived, because within the structure of daily life, there existed not only routine and adaptation, but also a constant interplay between uncertainty and the search for meaning. And it is within this interplay that the emotional and psychological dimension of the blocks becomes more fully realized, as individuals navigated an environment where outcomes were not always predictable, and where the future could not be clearly defined. And as one considers how this uncertainty was experienced, it becomes evident that it was not always expressed through overt moments, but often existed as an underlying presence that accompanied daily life, shaping how individuals perceive their surroundings and their place within them. And as this presence is observed, it introduces a layer of tension within the environment, where the repetition of routine is balanced by an awareness that change could occur at any time. And as this awareness develops, it creates a form of perception that is both immediate and anticipatory, where the present moment is experienced alongside a continuous consideration of what might come next. And as one reflects on how individuals responded to this condition, it becomes clear that the experience of the blocks cannot be understood solely through external observation, but must be considered in terms of how individuals internally engaged with this uncertainty, creating a reality that is shaped by both the environment and the interpretation of that environment. And as this interpretation unfolds, the concept of hope begins to emerge, not as a fixed or uniform state, but as something that exists in different forms, sometimes subtle, sometimes momentary, and often intertwined with the awareness of uncertainty. And as one considers how hope might have been experienced within the blocks, it becomes evident that it was not always tied to specific outcomes, but could be found in the continuity of daily life, in small moments of interaction, or in the persistence of routine. And as this understanding develops, it reveals how hope and uncertainty are not opposing states, but interconnected aspects of the same experience, where the presence of one gives context to the other. And as we reflect on how this relationship shapes the perception of the blocks, it becomes clear that it adds a layer of depth to the environment, demonstrating how the experience of the space is influenced not only by its physical conditions, but by the internal states that individuals bring to it. And as one continues to explore this perspective, the role of awareness becomes increasingly significant, as individuals navigate the environment with an understanding that is shaped by both what is known and what is uncertain, creating a form of perception that is both grounded and fluid. And as this perception develops, it contributes to a sense of continuity within the experience, where the presence of uncertainty does not disrupt the environment, but becomes part of it, integrated into the rhythm of daily life. And as we consider how this integration influences the overall understanding of the blocks, it becomes evident that it creates a complex and layered reality, where the physical and psychological dimensions of the environment are closely intertwined. And as one reflects on this aspect of the narrative, it becomes clear that the interplay between hope, uncertainty, and awareness is essential to understanding the experience of the blocks, offering a perspective that connects the external conditions of the environment with the internal states that shape how those conditions are perceived. And as this exploration continues, it provides a deeper insight into how individuals experienced life within the blocks, demonstrating how the combination of routine, awareness, and internal response created a form of existence that is both structured and deeply human, and how this understanding contributes to a more comprehensive and nuanced view of the environment within Birkenau. As the exploration of hope, uncertainty, and awareness continues, the perspective deepens further into how these elements interacted over time to shape the ongoing experience of life within the blocks. Because these states were not static, but evolved as individuals adapted to the environment and developed ways of understanding their surroundings. And it is within this evolution that the complexity of the internal experience becomes more fully apparent, as the balance between hope and uncertainty shifts in response to changing conditions. And as one considers how this shifting balance was experienced, it becomes evident that the perception of the environment was continuously influenced by both immediate circumstances and the broader awareness of the system in which individuals existed. And as this influence is observed, it reveals how the blocks functioned as spaces where internal and external realities were constantly interacting, creating an environment that was defined by both its physical characteristics and the internal responses it evoked. And as we reflect on how this interaction shaped the experience of the blocks, it becomes clear that it created a form of continuity that allowed individuals to navigate the environment despite its challenges, where the presence of uncertainty did not eliminate the possibility of hope, but instead existed alongside it as part of a complex and dynamic reality. And as one continues to explore this perspective, the role of perception becomes increasingly central, as individuals interpret their surroundings in ways that reflect both their immediate experience and their broader understanding of the environment. And as this interpretation develops, it contributes to a sense of awareness that is both adaptive and reflective, allowing individuals to engage with the environment in a way that is shaped by both present conditions and internal understanding. And as we consider how this awareness influences the overall experience of the blocks, it becomes evident that it creates a layered reality in which the environment is experienced not only as a physical space, but as a context for ongoing thought and interpretation. And within this layered reality, the blocks can be seen as spaces that hold multiple dimensions of experience, where the repetition of daily life is accompanied by a continuous process of reflection and adaptation. And as one reflects on how this process unfolds over time, it becomes clear that the interaction between hope, uncertainty, and awareness contributes to a form of resilience within the environment, demonstrating how individuals were able to maintain a sense of continuity within a setting defined by both structure and unpredictability. And as this resilience is understood, it provides insight into how the blocks functioned as environments where both external conditions and internal responses shaped the overall experience, creating a dynamic that is essential to understanding the human dimension of the space. And as we reflect on this aspect of the narrative, it becomes evident that the coexistence of hope, uncertainty, and awareness is a defining feature of life within the blocks, offering a perspective that connects the physical environment with the internal experiences that shape how it is perceived and understood. And as this exploration continues, it reveals how these elements interact to create a complex and multifaceted reality, demonstrating how the combination of external conditions and internal awareness contributes to a deeper and more nuanced understanding of the blocks within the broader context of Birkenau, and how this understanding enhances the overall narrative by adding a dimension that reflects the complexity of human experience within the environment. Chapter 4, Segment 1: Structure of Authority Inside the Blocks. As the narrative moves forward from the inner experiences of those within the blocks, the perspective begins to shift toward the systems of authority and control that shaped how these spaces functioned on a structural level, because while the environment has been understood through its physical layout and human presence, it is the framework of authority within the blocks that influenced how daily life was organized, maintained, and regulated, and it is within this framework that the blocks can be understood as spaces where structure was not only physical, but administrative and hierarchical. And as one considers how this structure was established, it becomes evident that the organization of the blocks followed a layered system in which roles and responsibilities were distributed in a way that supported the broader operation of the camp. And as this distribution is examined, it reveals how authority within the blocks was both centralized and delegated, creating a system in which oversight and management could be maintained through multiple levels. And as we reflect on how this system influenced the environment, it becomes clear that it contributed to a sense of order within the blocks, where routines and activities were guided by an established framework that defined how the space was to be used and how individuals were expected to navigate it. And as this framework becomes more apparent, it highlights the role of structure in shaping the experience of the blocks, demonstrating how the organization of authority influenced not only what occurred within the space, but how it was perceived and understood. And as one continues to explore this perspective, the relationship between authority and environment becomes more clearly defined, showing how the physical layout of the blocks supported the implementation of control with the arrangement of bunks, pathways, and shared areas, creating a setting in which observation and management could take place. And as this relationship is understood, it provides insight into how the blocks functioned as environments where physical and administrative structures were closely aligned, creating a space in which the organization of authority was reinforced by the design of the environment. And as we consider how this alignment influenced daily life, it becomes evident that it contributed to a form of predictability within the blocks, where routines were shaped by both the structure of the space and the system of authority that governed it. And as this predictability develops, it reveals how the experience of the blocks was influenced by a combination of physical conditions and organizational frameworks, demonstrating how the interaction between these elements created an environment that was both structured and controlled. And as one reflects on how individuals interacted with this system, it becomes clear that the presence of authority within the blocks shaped how people moved, acted, and understood their place within the environment, creating a dynamic in which individual experience was influenced by the broader structure of control. And as this dynamic is examined, it provides a deeper insight into how the blocks functioned as part of a larger system, showing how the organization of authority within these spaces contributed to the overall operation of the camp. And as we reflect on this aspect of the narrative, it becomes evident that understanding the structure of authority inside the blocks is essential to understanding how these environments operated, offering a perspective that connects the physical characteristics of the space with the administrative systems that shaped its function. And as this exploration continues, it reveals how the blocks can be seen as spaces where authority is both present and integrated into the environment, demonstrating how the design and organization of these spaces supported the implementation of control and how this control influenced the experience of those within them. And as this understanding deepens, it provides a more comprehensive view of the blocks as environments that are defined not only by their physical structure, but by the systems of authority that govern them, creating a layered and interconnected understanding of how these spaces function within the broader context of Birkenau. As the structure of authority within the blocks continues to be examined, the focus shifts toward understanding how this system was experienced and maintained over time, because while the framework of authority provided a foundation for organization and control, its effectiveness depended on how it was implemented within the daily rhythms of the environment. And it is within this implementation that the dynamic nature of authority becomes more fully apparent, as the interaction between structure and activity reveals how the system operated in practice. And as one considers how this interaction unfolded, it becomes evident that authority within the blocks was not limited to formal structures alone, but extended into the routines and behaviors that defined daily life, creating a system in which control was reinforced through repetition and consistency. And as this reinforcement is observed, it highlights the role of routine in sustaining the structure of authority, demonstrating how the repetition of actions contributed to the stability of the system. And as we reflect on how this stability influenced the experience of the blocks, it becomes clear that it created an environment where expectations were defined and maintained through consistent patterns of activity. And as these patterns developed, they provided a framework within which individuals navigated the space, shaping how they interacted with both the environment and the system of authority. And as one continues to explore this perspective, the relationship between authority and perception becomes more apparent, showing how the presence of structure influenced how individuals understood their surroundings, creating a sense of order that was both imposed and experienced. And as this understanding deepens, it reveals how the blocks functioned as spaces where authority was not only exercised, but embedded within the environment itself, becoming part of the way the space was organized and perceived. And as we consider how this embedded authority shaped the overall experience of the blocks, it becomes evident that it contributed to a sense of continuity within the system, where the consistent application of structure created an environment that was both predictable and controlled. And as one reflects on how this continuity influenced the broader operation of the camp, it becomes clear that the blocks played a key role in maintaining the organization of the system, acting as spaces where authority could be implemented and sustained through the interaction between structure and routine. And as this role is examined, it provides insight into how the blocks contributed to the overall coherence of Birkenau, demonstrating how their design and organization supported the functioning of the system as a whole. And as we reflect on this aspect of the narrative, it becomes evident that the structure of authority inside the blocks is an essential component of understanding how these spaces operated, offering a perspective that connects the administrative and physical dimensions of the environment. And as this exploration continues, it reveals how the interaction between authority, routine, and perception created a dynamic and integrated system within the blocks, demonstrating how the presence of structure influenced both the operation of the space and the experience of those within it. And as this understanding reaches its conclusion, it reinforces the idea that the blocks are environments where authority is not only present, but fundamental to their function, providing a framework through which the broader system of Birkenau can be understood and interpreted in a more comprehensive and nuanced way. Chapter 4, Segment 2: Discipline, Rules, and Enforcement. As the structure of authority within the blocks becomes more clearly defined, the perspective naturally extends toward the mechanisms through which that authority was maintained, because a system of organization does not exist in isolation, but is sustained through a framework of rules, expectations, and methods of enforcement that shape how individuals interact with the environment. And it is within this framework that the concept of discipline inside the blocks begins to take form, not as a singular action, but as a continuous process embedded within daily life. And as one considers how this process was established, it becomes evident that rules within the blocks were closely aligned with the broader system of the camp, reflecting a structured approach to organization where routines and behaviors were guided by clearly defined expectations, and as these expectations are observed, they reveal how discipline functioned as a means of maintaining order within a densely occupied and highly organized space where the coordination of movement, activity, and routine required a consistent framework to ensure continuity. And as one reflects on how these rules influence daily life, it becomes clear that they shaped the rhythm of the environment, creating patterns that defined when individuals moved, rested, and interacted within the space. And as this rhythm developed, it contributed to a sense of predictability that was closely tied to the structure of authority, demonstrating how the presence of rules reinforced the organization of the blocks. And as we consider how this predictability influenced perception, it becomes evident that it created an environment where behavior was guided not only by individual choice, but by the expectations established within the system. And as this guidance is experienced, it highlights the role of discipline in shaping how the blocks functioned as environments of control, where the interaction between individuals and their surroundings was influenced by a framework that defined acceptable patterns of behavior. And as one continues to explore this perspective, the relationship between rules and space becomes more apparent, showing how the physical layout of the blocks supported the implementation of discipline, with the arrangement of bunks, pathways, and shared areas creating a setting in which movement and activity could be observed and guided. And as this relationship is understood, it provides insight into how the blocks functioned as environments where discipline was both structured and visible, contributing to a sense of order that was reinforced through the design of the space. And as we reflect on how this system of rules and expectations influenced the experience of the blocks, it becomes clear that it created a framework within which daily life was carried out, where the repetition of routines was closely aligned with the enforcement of discipline. And as this alignment developed, it revealed how the blocks were spaces where the presence of authority was translated into practical terms through the regulation of behavior, demonstrating how discipline functioned as a bridge between structure and experience. And as one continues to reflect on this aspect of the narrative, it becomes evident that understanding the role of rules and discipline inside the blocks is essential to understanding how these environments operated, offering a perspective that connects the administrative framework of authority with the lived experience of those within the space. And as this exploration continues, it reveals how the interaction between rules, structure, and routine created an environment that was both organized and controlled, demonstrating how the consistent application of discipline contributed to the overall coherence of the system, and how this coherence shaped the experience of the blocks within the broader context of Birkenau. As the examination of discipline and rules continues, the focus shifts toward understanding how enforcement functioned within the environment of the blocks, because the presence of rules alone does not define a system of control, but rather the ways in which those rules are upheld and integrated into daily life. And it is within this process of enforcement that the dynamics of discipline become more fully realized, as the interaction between authority and behavior reveals how the system operated in practice. And as one considers how enforcement was experienced, it becomes evident that it was not always expressed through singular events, but often through the continuous presence of oversight and expectation that shaped how individuals navigated the space. And as this continuous presence is observed, it highlights the role of consistency in maintaining the structure of discipline, demonstrating how the regular application of rules contributed to the stability of the environment. And as we reflect on how this stability influenced the experience of the blocks, it becomes clear that it created a sense of continuity in which the boundaries of acceptable behavior were clearly defined and reinforced through repetition. And as these boundaries were maintained, they contributed to a structured environment where the interaction between individuals and their surroundings was guided by an established framework. And as one continues to explore this perspective, the relationship between enforcement and perception becomes more apparent, showing how the awareness of rules and their application influenced how individuals understood their place within the system, creating a form of awareness that was shaped by both the presence of authority and the expectations it established. And as this awareness developed, it contributed to the overall character of the blocks, demonstrating how the environment was defined not only by its physical structure, but by the systems of discipline that operated within it. And as we consider how this interaction shaped the broader narrative, it becomes evident that the enforcement of rules played a key role in sustaining the organization of the camp, allowing the blocks to function as spaces where the principles of order and control were consistently applied. And as one reflects on how this consistency influenced the overall system, it becomes clear that the blocks served as environments where discipline was both practiced and experienced, contributing to the maintenance of the broader structure of Birkenau. And as this understanding deepens, it provides insight into how the interaction between rules, enforcement, and environment created a cohesive system that defined the operation of the blocks, demonstrating how the presence of discipline influenced both the structure of the space and the experience of those within it. And as we reflect on this aspect of the narrative, it becomes evident that the role of enforcement is essential to understanding how the blocks functioned as part of a larger system, offering a perspective that connects the abstract concept of authority with the practical realities of daily life. And as this exploration continues, it reveals how the integration of rules and enforcement created an environment that was both structured and continuous, demonstrating how the consistent application of discipline contributed to the overall coherence and operation of the camp, and how this understanding enhances the broader narrative of Birkenau by providing a deeper insight into the mechanisms through which the system was maintained. Chapter 4, Segment 3: The Impact of Control on Daily Life and Perception. As the framework of authority, discipline, and enforcement within the blocks becomes more clearly understood, the perspective now turns toward examining how these systems influence the everyday experience of those within the environment. Because the presence of control was not limited to abstract structures or isolated moments, but was woven into the continuous fabric of daily life, shaping how individuals moved, thought, and perceived the space around them. And it is within this integration that the true impact of control begins to emerge, as it becomes evident that the environment of the blocks was defined not only by physical conditions and routines, but by the way those routines were structured and guided by systems of authority. And as one considers how this influence manifested in daily life, it becomes clear that the repetition of activities, waking, organizing space, moving through pathways, and returning to assigned areas, was closely aligned with the expectations set by the system, creating a rhythm that was both predictable and regulated. And as this rhythm developed, it contributed to a sense of order that shaped how the environment was experienced, where the continuity of routine provided a framework within which daily life unfolded. And as we reflect on how this framework influenced perception, it becomes evident that it created an awareness of structure that extended beyond the physical boundaries of the space, shaping how individuals understood their surroundings and their place within them. And as this awareness deepens, it reveals how control operated not only through external enforcement, but through the internalization of patterns and expectations, creating an environment where behavior was guided by both visible structures and the understanding of those structures. And as one continues to explore this perspective, the relationship between control and space becomes more apparent, showing how the design of the blocks supported the implementation of these systems, with the arrangement of bunks, pathways, and shared areas contributing to a layout that facilitated observation, movement, and organization. And as this relationship is understood, it provides insight into how the physical environment reinforced the presence of control, creating a setting in which the structure of authority was embedded within the space itself. And as we consider how this embedded control influenced daily life, it becomes clear that it shaped not only what individuals did, but how they experienced the environment, creating a sense of continuity in which the boundaries of action and behavior were defined by the interaction between structure and expectation. And as one reflects on how this continuity influenced perception, it becomes evident that it created a form of stability within the environment, where the predictability of routine provided a consistent framework for understanding the space. And as this stability developed, it contributed to a sense of familiarity that was closely tied to the structure of control, demonstrating how the repetition of patterns and the presence of authority work together to shape the experience of the blocks. And as we continue to reflect on this aspect of the narrative, it becomes clear that the impact of control on daily life is essential to understanding how the blocks functioned as environments, offering a perspective that connects the systems of authority and discipline with the lived experience of those within the space. And as this exploration continues, it reveals how the interaction between control, routine, and environment created a dynamic in which the physical and perceptual aspects of the blocks were closely intertwined, demonstrating how the presence of control influenced both the structure of the space and the way it was experienced, and how this understanding contributes to a more comprehensive view of the blocks within the broader system of Birkenau. As the exploration of control and its influence continues, the focus deepens to consider how these systems shaped not only external behavior, but the internal perception of the environment, because while routines and structures define the outward experience of daily life, they also contributed to the way individuals understood and interpreted their surroundings, creating a connection between external conditions and internal awareness that is essential to understanding the full impact of control within the blocks. And as one considers how this connection developed, it becomes evident that the repetition of routines and the consistency of expectations created a framework within which individuals formed their understanding of the environment, where the predictability of daily life provided a reference point for interpreting the space, and as this reference point was reinforced over time, it contributed to a sense of continuity that shaped how the environment was perceived, creating a form of awareness that was closely aligned with the structure of the system. And as we reflect on how this awareness influenced perception, it becomes clear that it created a layered understanding of the blocks, where the physical characteristics of the space were interpreted through the lens of routine and expectation, demonstrating how the interaction between structure and perception shaped the overall experience. And as one continues to explore this perspective, the concept of adaptation becomes more apparent, as individuals adjusted their understanding of the environment in response to the conditions and patterns that defined it. And as this adaptation unfolded, it revealed how the presence of control influenced not only behavior, but the way the environment was mentally processed and understood, creating a dynamic in which the internal and external aspects of experience were closely connected. And as we consider how this dynamic shaped the experience of the blocks, it becomes evident that it contributed to a sense of coherence within the environment, where the consistency of structure and routine created a framework that allowed individuals to navigate the space with a degree of predictability. And as this coherence developed, it reinforced the presence of control as a defining feature of the environment, demonstrating how the integration of authority, discipline, and routine shaped both the physical and perceptual dimensions of the blocks. And as one reflects on how this integration influenced the broader narrative, it becomes clear that the impact of control extends beyond the immediate experience of the space, contributing to a deeper understanding of how the blocks functioned as part of a larger system, where the interaction between environment, structure, and perception created a cohesive and interconnected framework. And as this understanding deepens, it provides insight into how the blocks can be seen as environments where control is not only implemented, but experienced and internalized, offering a perspective that connects the administrative structure of the camp with the lived reality of those within it. And as we reflect on this aspect of the narrative, it becomes evident that the influence of control on perception is a key element in understanding the complexity of the blocks, demonstrating how the interaction between external conditions and internal awareness created a multifaceted experience that is essential to understanding the role of these spaces within Birkenau. And as this exploration continues, It reveals how the integration of control into both the physical and perceptual aspects of the environment contributed to a system that was both structured and continuous, shaping the experience of the blocks in a way that reflects the broader organization and operation of the camp as a whole. Chapter 5, Segment 1. The Rhythm of Time Inside the Blocks. As the narrative moves forward from the structure of control and its impact on perception, the focus begins to shift toward one of the most defining aspects of life inside the blocks, the experience of time itself, because within an environment shaped by routine, limitation, and structure, time does not unfold in the same way as it does outside, but instead takes on a rhythm that is closely tied to the patterns and expectations of daily life, and it is within this altered rhythm that the blocks become spaces where time is both measured and experienced through repetition. And as one considers how this rhythm was established, it becomes evident that the organization of the day was closely aligned with the routines of the camp, where activities followed a structured sequence that defined the passage of time. And as this sequence is observed, it reveals how the repetition of actions, waking, assembling, moving through the environment, and returning to the block created a framework through which time could be understood. And as this framework developed, it contributed to a sense of continuity that shaped how individuals experienced each day, creating an environment where the boundaries between moments were defined by routine rather than by variation. And as one reflects on how this continuity influenced perception, it becomes clear that it created a form of time that was both structured and repetitive, where each day followed a similar pattern, reinforcing the presence of order within the environment. And as this repetition became more familiar, it introduced a sense of predictability that shaped the experience of the blocks, demonstrating how the rhythm of daily life was closely tied to the structure of the system. And as we consider how this rhythm influenced the understanding of time, it becomes evident that it created a perception in which individual moments were less distinct, blending into a continuous flow defined by routine. And as this perception developed, it revealed how the experience of time within the blocks was shaped not only by the sequence of events, but by the consistency with which those events occurred, creating an environment where change was minimal and repetition was dominant. And as one continues to explore this perspective, the relationship between time and space becomes more apparent, showing how the physical environment of the blocks supported this rhythm, with the arrangement of bunks, pathways, and shared areas contributing to a layout that facilitated the repetition of daily activities. And as this relationship is understood, it provides insight into how the blocks functioned as environments where time was experienced through movement within a structured space, demonstrating how the interaction between routine and environment created a cohesive framework for daily life. And as we reflect on how this framework influenced perception, it becomes clear that it shaped not only how time was experienced, but how it was understood, creating a sense of continuity that extended beyond individual days and into the broader experience of life within the blocks. And as one reflects on how individuals navigated this experience, it becomes evident that the rhythm of time was both a defining and a unifying aspect of the environment, offering a structure through which daily life could be understood. And as this understanding deepens, it reveals how the blocks can be seen as spaces where time is shaped by repetition, structure, and routine, demonstrating how the experience of time within the camp differs from that of the outside world. And as this exploration continues, it provides a deeper insight into how the rhythm of time contributes to the overall character of the blocks, showing how the interaction between routine, environment, and perception creates a form of temporal experience that is both continuous and structured, and how this understanding enhances the broader narrative of Birkenau by adding a dimension that connects the physical and perceptual aspects of the environment through the experience of time. As the exploration of time within the blocks continues, the focus deepens to consider how this rhythm was not only experienced externally through routine, but also internally through perception, because while the structure of daily life provided a framework for measuring time, the way in which individuals perceived that time could vary depending on their awareness and interaction with the environment. And it is within this internal dimension that the experience of time becomes more complex, as the repetition of routine creates a sense of continuity that can alter how moments are perceived. And as one considers how this internal perception developed, it becomes evident that the consistency of daily patterns contributed to a form of temporal experience in which individual moments were less distinct, blending into a continuous flow that was defined by repetition rather than variation. And as this flow is observed, it reveals how the passage of time within the blocks could feel both structured and indistinct, where the predictability of routine created a sense of order, while the lack of variation reduced the differentiation between moments. And as we reflect on how this duality influenced perception, it becomes clear that it created a unique experience of time that was shaped by both structure and continuity, demonstrating how the environment influenced not only the measurement of time, but the way it was experienced. And as one continues to explore this perspective, the role of awareness becomes more apparent, as individuals navigated the environment with an understanding of routine that influenced how they perceived the passage of time. And as this awareness developed, it contributed to a sense of adaptation, where the internal experience of time aligned with the external structure of daily life, creating a form of coherence that connected perception with environment. And as we consider how this coherence shaped the overall experience of the blocks, it becomes evident that it contributed to a sense of stability within the environment, where the repetition of routine provided a consistent framework for understanding time. And as the stability developed, it reinforced the presence of structure as a defining feature of the environment, demonstrating how the interaction between routine, perception, and awareness created a cohesive temporal experience. And as one reflects on how this experience influenced the broader narrative, it becomes clear that the rhythm of time within the blocks is an essential element in understanding how these spaces functioned, offering a perspective that connects the physical and perceptual dimensions of the environment through the experience of time. And as this exploration continues, it reveals how the blocks can be seen as spaces where time is both structured and experienced in a way that reflects the broader system of the camp, demonstrating how the interaction between routine and perception creates a form of temporal continuity that defines daily life. And as this understanding deepens, it provides a more comprehensive view of how the blocks contributed to the overall experience of Birkenau, showing how the rhythm of time shapes not only the structure of daily life, but the way it is perceived and understood. And as we reflect on this aspect of the narrative, it becomes evident that the exploration of time within the blocks adds a critical dimension to the understanding of the environment, demonstrating how the interaction between routine, awareness, and perception creates a dynamic and continuous experience that is essential to understanding the role of these spaces within the broader context of the camp, and how this understanding enhances the narrative by connecting the physical structure of the environment with the internal experience of time, offering a deeper and more nuanced perspective on life within the blocks. Chapter 5, Segment 2. From Morning to Night, the Daily Cycle. As the understanding of time within the blocks becomes more clearly defined, the perspective now shifts toward examining how that time was structured throughout the course of a single day. Because while the rhythm of repetition provides a broader framework, it is within the sequence of daily routines, from morning to night, that the experience of life inside the blocks becomes more tangible and specific. And it is within this sequence that the environment reveals how each part of the day contributes to a continuous cycle that defines the passage of time. And as one considers how this cycle begins, it becomes evident that the transition from rest to activity is marked not by gradual change, but by a shift that reflects the structured nature of the environment, where the beginning of the day is aligned with the expectations of the system. And as this transition is observed, it highlights how the blocks function as spaces where the rhythm of daily life is guided by routine, with the arrangement of bunks and shared areas shaping how individuals move from a state of rest into the activities that define the day. And as one reflects on how this movement unfolds, it becomes clear that the physical layout of the block plays a central role in organizing the flow of activity, creating pathways that guide movement and establish a pattern that is repeated each day. And as this pattern develops, it contributes to a sense of continuity that defines the morning experience, where the repetition of actions reinforces the structure of the environment. And as we consider how this repetition influences perception, it becomes evident that it creates a familiarity that shapes how individuals engage with the space, allowing them to navigate the environment with an understanding that is shaped by routine. And as the day progresses, This sense of familiarity extends into the activities that follow, where movement within and beyond the block continues to follow established patterns, demonstrating how the structure of the environment supports the continuity of daily life. And as one observes how these activities are carried out, it becomes clear that the blocks serve as both starting and returning points within the daily cycle, acting as spaces that anchor the rhythm of the day. And as this anchoring is understood, it reveals how the blocks function as central elements within the experience of time, providing a consistent reference point within a sequence of activities that extends beyond their immediate boundaries. And as we reflect on how this sequence shapes the perception of the day, it becomes clear that it creates a form of temporal structure in which each part of the day is connected to the next, forming a continuous cycle that is defined by repetition and routine. And as one continues to explore this perspective, the relationship between time and activity becomes more apparent, showing how the structure of the day is closely aligned with the expectations of the system, where each phase of the day contributes to the overall rhythm of the environment. And as this relationship is understood, it provides insight into how the daily cycle within the blocks is both structured and continuous, demonstrating how the repetition of activities creates a framework through which time is experienced and understood. And as we consider how this framework influences the broader narrative, it becomes evident that it offers a deeper understanding of how life inside the blocks was organized, showing how the sequence of daily routines contributes to the overall character of the environment. And as this exploration continues, it reveals how the blocks function as spaces where the cycle of morning to night is shaped by both structure and repetition, creating a temporal experience that is both predictable and continuous, and how this understanding enhances the narrative by connecting the rhythm of time with the sequence of daily life, offering a more detailed and immersive view of the experience within the blocks. As the daily cycle continues to unfold, the perspective shifts toward the later parts of the day, where the accumulation of activity and routine begins to transition back toward rest. And it is within this transition that the full arc of the day becomes visible, as the movement that began in the morning gradually returns to the interior of the blocks, creating a sense of completion that defines the end of the daily cycle. And as one considers how this transition is experienced, it becomes evident that it is shaped by the same patterns and structures that define the earlier parts of the day, with movement following established pathways and activities aligning with the expectations of the system. And as this alignment is observed, it highlights how the rhythm of the day remains consistent from beginning to end, demonstrating how the repetition of routine creates a continuous flow that connects each phase of the day. And as we reflect on how this continuity influences perception, it becomes clear that it creates a sense of predictability that shapes how the end of the day is experienced, where the return to the block marks not only a physical transition, but a temporal one, signaling the completion of one cycle and the preparation for the next. And as one continues to explore this perspective, the role of the block as a central space becomes more apparent, showing how it functions as a point of convergence where the activities of the day come together. And as this convergence is understood, it reveals how the block serves as both the beginning and the end of the daily cycle, creating a sense of continuity that defines the experience of time within the environment. And as we consider how this continuity shapes the overall perception of the day, it becomes evident that it creates a rhythm that is both repetitive and cohesive, where each day mirrors the one before it, reinforcing the structure of the environment and the expectations that define it. And as this repetition develops, it contributes to a sense of temporal flow in which individual days blend into a larger pattern, demonstrating how the experience of time within the blocks is shaped by the accumulation of repeated cycles. And as one reflects on how this accumulation influences the broader narrative, it becomes clear that it provides a deeper understanding of how life inside the blocks was organized, showing how the sequence of daily routines contributes to the overall structure of the environment. And as this understanding deepens, it reveals how the blocks can be seen as spaces where the daily cycle is both contained and defined, offering a perspective that connects the rhythm of time with the physical and organizational structure of the environment. And as we reflect on this aspect of the narrative, it becomes evident that the daily cycle from morning to night is a key element in understanding how the blocks functioned as environments, demonstrating how the interaction between routine, structure, and perception creates a cohesive and continuous experience. And as this exploration continues, it provides a more comprehensive view of how the blocks contribute to the broader system of Birkenau, showing how the repetition of daily life within these spaces reflects the larger patterns that define the camp, and how this understanding enhances the narrative by offering a detailed and immersive perspective on the experience of time and routine within the blocks, connecting the physical environment with the temporal structure that shapes daily life. Chapter 5, Segment 3, Repetition and its Effect on the Mind. As the daily cycle of life inside the blocks becomes clearly defined through its structured progression from morning to night, the narrative now turns toward the deeper and more subtle effects of that repetition, because while routine provides a framework for organizing time, its continuous and unchanging nature also shapes how the environment is experienced on a psychological level. And it is within this prolonged exposure to repetition that the blocks begin to take on a different dimension, one that is defined not only by structure and rhythm, but by the way those elements influence perception, awareness, and thought over time. And as one considers how this influence develops, it becomes evident that the consistency of daily routines creates a pattern in which individual moments begin to lose their distinctiveness, blending into a continuous flow that is defined by similarity rather than variation. And as this blending occurs, it alters the way time is experienced, creating a sense of continuity in which the boundaries between one moment and the next become less clearly defined. And as we reflect on how this continuity shapes perception, it becomes clear that it creates an environment where change is minimal and repetition is dominant, reinforcing the structured nature of the blocks and the routines that define them. And as this repetition becomes more deeply ingrained, it begins to influence how individuals engage with the environment, creating a form of awareness that is closely aligned with the patterns of daily life. And as this awareness develops, it reveals how the experience of the blocks is shaped not only by external conditions, but by the internal processes that respond to those conditions, demonstrating how the mind adapts to a setting where routine is constant and variation is limited. And as one continues to explore this adaptation, the relationship between repetition and perception becomes more apparent, showing how the consistency of routine creates a framework within which the environment is understood, where the predictability of daily life provides a reference point for interpreting the space. And as this reference point is reinforced over time, it contributes to a sense of familiarity that shapes how the blocks are perceived, creating an environment where the repetition of patterns becomes a defining feature of experience. And as we consider how this familiarity influences the broader narrative, it becomes evident that it creates a form of stability within the environment, where the consistency of routine provides a sense of continuity that persists despite the constraints of the space. And as one reflects on how this stability interacts with the conditions of the blocks, it becomes clear that it creates a complex dynamic in which the structure of the environment and the perception of that environment are closely intertwined, demonstrating how the repetition of daily life shapes both the physical and psychological dimensions of the experience. And as this understanding deepens, it reveals how the blocks function as spaces where repetition is not only a feature of daily life, but a central element in shaping how that life is experienced and understood, offering a perspective that connects the structure of routine with the internal processes of perception and awareness. And as we reflect on this aspect of the narrative, it becomes clear that the effect of repetition on the mind is essential to understanding the experience of the blocks, demonstrating how the continuous and unchanging nature of routine creates an environment where perception is shaped by consistency, and how this consistency contributes to a form of experience that is both structured and deeply influenced by the interaction between environment and awareness. And as this exploration continues, it provides a deeper insight into how repetition shapes the experience of time, space, and perception within the blocks, enhancing the overall narrative by adding a dimension that connects the external structure of the environment with the internal processes that define how it is experienced. As the exploration of repetition continues, the focus deepens to consider how its prolonged presence influences not only immediate perception, but the broader sense of awareness and understanding that develops over time, because repetition is not a static condition, but one that accumulates, gradually shaping the way individuals interpret their environment and their place within it. And it is within this accumulation that the full impact of repetition becomes more apparent, as the continuous exposure to routine creates a form of experience in which patterns are not only recognized, but internalized, becoming part of the way the environment is understood on a fundamental level. And as one considers how this internalization unfolds, it becomes evident that the repetition of daily activities contributes to a sense of continuity that extends beyond individual moments, creating a framework in which time, space, and experience are interconnected through consistent patterns. And as this framework develops, it reveals how the experience of the blocks is shaped by both the external structure of routine and the internal adaptation to that structure, demonstrating how the mind responds to a setting where change is limited and repetition is constant. And as we reflect on how this adaptation influences perception, it becomes clear that it creates a form of awareness that is both stable and constrained, where the predictability of routine provides a sense of order while the lack of variation reduces the differentiation between experiences. And as this duality is considered, it highlights the complexity of the relationship between repetition and perception, showing how the same patterns that create stability can also shape the way the environment is experienced over time. And as one continues to explore this perspective, the concept of temporal compression becomes more apparent, where the accumulation of repeated cycles creates a sense in which time is experienced not as a series of distinct moments, but as a continuous flow that is defined by its consistency. And as this flow is understood, it provides insight into how the blocks function as environments where time and perception are closely aligned, demonstrating how the repetition of routine shapes both the experience of daily life and the broader understanding of the environment. And as we consider how this alignment influences the overall narrative, it becomes evident that it adds a deeper layer to the understanding of the blocks, showing how the interaction between routine, perception, and awareness creates a complex and multifaceted experience that is essential to understanding the role of these spaces within Birkenau. And as one reflects on how this experience evolves over time, it becomes clear that the impact of repetition extends beyond the immediate environment, influencing how individuals understand continuity, change, and the passage of time. And as this understanding deepens, it reveals how the blocks can be seen as spaces where repetition shapes not only the structure of daily life, but the way that life is perceived and remembered, offering a perspective that connects the external conditions of the environment with the internal processes that define experience. And as we reflect on this aspect of the narrative, it becomes evident that the effect of repetition on the mind is a critical component of understanding the blocks, demonstrating how the continuous and unchanging nature of routine creates a framework within which perception is shaped and sustained. And as this exploration continues, it provides a more comprehensive view of how the blocks functioned as environments where the interaction between structure, routine, and awareness created a dynamic and continuous experience, enhancing the narrative by adding a dimension that connects the physical and psychological aspects of life within the blocks, and offering a deeper and more nuanced understanding of how repetition influenced the experience of those within Birkenau. Chapter 6, Segment 1: The Gradual Deterioration of the Environment. As the narrative moves beyond the psychological effects of repetition and the structured rhythm of daily life, the perspective begins to shift toward the physical condition of the blocks over time, because while the environment has been understood in terms of structure and routine, it is equally shaped by the gradual changes that occur through constant use, exposure, and the passage of time. And it is within this process of gradual deterioration that the blocks take on another dimension, revealing how the physical state of the environment evolves in response to continuous occupation and limited maintenance. And as one considers how this deterioration unfolds, it becomes evident that it is not marked by sudden change, but by a slow and cumulative process in which small alterations accumulate over time, gradually affecting the overall condition of the space. And as these changes are observed, They can be seen in the materials of the blocks themselves, where wooden surfaces may show signs of wear, beams may carry the marks of prolonged use, and the structure as a whole reflects the impact of constant occupation. And as we reflect on how these physical changes influence the experience of the environment, it becomes clear that they contribute to a sense of aging within the space, where the original structure is gradually altered by the conditions it is subjected to, and as this aging process develops, it reveals how the blocks function as environments that are shaped, not only by design, but by the ongoing interaction between use and time, demonstrating how the physical condition of the space is influenced by the continuous presence of individuals and the routines that define daily life. And as one continues to explore this perspective, the relationship between environment and use becomes more apparent, showing how the repeated actions that occur within the block's movement, rest, and daily routines contribute to the gradual transformation of the space. And as this relationship is understood, it provides insight into how the blocks are dynamic environments that evolve over time, rather than static structures that remain unchanged. And as we consider how this evolution influences perception, it becomes evident that it creates a sense of continuity between the past and present, where the current state of the environment reflects the accumulation of experiences that have taken place within it. And as this continuity develops, it adds a layer of depth to the understanding of the blocks, demonstrating how their physical condition serves as a record of the ongoing interaction between structure and use. And as one reflects on how individuals experience this evolving environment, it becomes clear that the changes in the physical condition of the blocks would have influenced how the space was perceived, creating an awareness of the environment as something that is not fixed, but subject to change over time. And as this awareness develops, it contributes to a broader understanding of the blocks as environments that are shaped by both their initial design and the conditions to which they are exposed, offering a perspective that connects the physical and temporal dimensions of the space. And as we reflect on this aspect of the narrative, it becomes evident that the gradual deterioration of the environment is an essential element in understanding the blocks, demonstrating how the passage of time and the continuity of use contribute to the transformation of the space. And as this exploration continues, it provides a deeper insight into how the blocks function as environments that are continuously evolving, showing how the interaction between structure, use, and time creates a dynamic and layered experience that is essential to understanding the role of these spaces within Birkenau. As the examination of the gradual deterioration of the blocks continues, the focus deepens to consider how these changes affected not only the physical structure of the environment, but also the conditions within it, because as materials wear and structures age, the overall quality of the space is influenced in ways that shape how it is experienced on a daily basis. And it is within this connection between physical condition and lived experience that the significance of deterioration becomes more fully realized, as the evolving state of the environment contributes to the conditions that define life within the blocks. And as one considers how this influence unfolds, it becomes evident that the changes in the structure, whether through wear, exposure, or prolonged use, can affect elements such as stability, comfort, and the general atmosphere of the space, creating an environment that reflects both its original design and the impact of time. And as these effects are observed, they reveal how the blocks function as spaces where the physical and experiential aspects of the environment are closely linked, demonstrating how the condition of the structure influences the way the space is perceived and inhabited. And as we reflect on how this relationship shapes the experience of the blocks, it becomes clear that it creates a form of continuity in which the passage of time is not only measured through routine, but also through the visible and tangible changes in the environment. And as this continuity develops, it provides a deeper understanding of how the blocks evolve as environments, showing how the interaction between use and structure creates a dynamic that influences both the physical state of the space and the conditions within it. And as one continues to explore this perspective, the role of maintenance and resource availability becomes more apparent, as the ability to preserve or restore the environment influences the extent to which deterioration progresses. And as this factor is considered, it highlights how the condition of the blocks is shaped not only by use and time, but by the broader context in which they exist, demonstrating how the environment is influenced by both internal and external factors. And as we consider how this broader context shapes the experience of the blocks, it becomes evident that it contributes to a layered understanding of the environment, where the physical condition of the space is connected to the larger system in which it operates, and as this understanding deepens, it reveals how the blocks can be seen as environments that reflect the cumulative impact of time, use, and context, offering a perspective that connects the physical changes within the space with the broader narrative of the camp. And as we reflect on this aspect of the narrative, it becomes clear that the gradual deterioration of the blocks is not only a physical process, but an experiential one, demonstrating how the evolving condition of the environment influences how it is perceived and understood. And as this exploration continues, it provides a more comprehensive view of how the blocks function as spaces that are shaped by both their design and the conditions to which they are exposed, showing how the interaction between structure, time, and use creates a dynamic and evolving environment that is essential to understanding the role of these spaces within Birkenau, and how this understanding enhances the overall narrative by adding a dimension that connects the physical transformation of the environment with the lived experience within it, offering a deeper and more nuanced perspective on the blocks and their significance within the broader context of the camp. Chapter 6, Segment 2. The impact of deteriorating conditions on daily life. As the gradual deterioration of the blocks becomes more clearly understood, the perspective now turns toward examining how these changes influence the lived experience within the environment. Because while the physical transformation of the space reflects the passage of time and continuous use, it also directly affects the conditions in which daily life unfolds. And it is within this interaction between environment and experience that the impact of deterioration becomes most apparent. As the evolving state of the blocks begins to shape not only the structure of the space, but the way it is inhabited and perceived, and as one considers how this influence develops, it becomes evident that the wear and aging of the materials contribute to subtle but significant changes in the environment, affecting elements such as stability, insulation, and the general atmosphere within the block. And as these changes are observed, they reveal how the condition of the space is closely tied to the quality of daily life, demonstrating how the physical state of the environment can influence how it is experienced on a moment-to-moment basis. And as we reflect on how these influences shape perception, it becomes clear that they contribute to a sense of variability within an otherwise structured environment, where the repetition of routine is accompanied by changes in the physical condition of the space, creating a dynamic in which the experience of the block evolves over time. And as this evolution is considered, it highlights the interconnected nature of the environment, showing how the interaction between structure, use, and time creates a setting in which physical and experiential elements are closely linked. And as one continues to explore this perspective, the role of adaptation becomes more apparent as individuals adjust to the changing conditions of the environment, finding ways to navigate the evolving state of the space while maintaining the routines that define daily life. And as this adaptation unfolds, it reveals how the experience of the blocks is shaped not only by the conditions themselves, but by the ways in which individuals respond to those conditions, creating a dynamic in which the environment and the experience of the environment are continuously influencing one another. And as we consider how this interaction shapes the overall narrative, it becomes evident that it adds a layer of complexity to the understanding of the blocks, demonstrating how the physical deterioration of the space contributes to a broader process in which daily life is influenced by both structure and change. And as one reflects on how these changes are experienced over time, it becomes clear that they create a form of continuity in which the evolving condition of the blocks becomes part of the rhythm of life within them, shaping how the environment is perceived and understood. And as this continuity develops, it provides insight into how the blocks function as environments that are both stable and changing, offering a perspective that connects the physical transformation of the space with the lived experience within it. And as we reflect on this aspect of the narrative, it becomes evident that the impact of deteriorating conditions on daily life is an essential element in understanding the blocks, demonstrating how the interaction between environment, time, and experience creates a dynamic and evolving setting that is central to the broader narrative of Birkenau, and as this exploration continues, it provides a deeper understanding of how the blocks function as spaces where physical conditions and lived experience are closely intertwined, showing how the gradual changes in the environment contribute to a more nuanced and comprehensive view of life within the camp. As the exploration of deteriorating conditions continues, the focus deepens to consider how these environmental changes influenced not only the physical experience of the space, but also the broader perception of daily life within the blocks, because the impact of the environment extends beyond immediate conditions and into the way those conditions are understood and interpreted over time. And it is within this broader perspective that the significance of deterioration becomes more fully realized, as the evolving state of the blocks contributes to a shifting awareness of the environment, where the physical changes in the space are accompanied by changes in perception. And as one considers how this perception develops, it becomes evident that the gradual nature of deterioration creates a process in which changes are often experienced incrementally, blending into the continuity of daily life rather than standing out as distinct events. And as this blending occurs, it reveals how the environment is experienced as both stable and changing, creating a dynamic in which the familiarity of routine coexists with the evolving condition of the space. And as we reflect on how this dynamic influences the experience of the blocks, it becomes clear that it contributes to a layered understanding of the environment, where the physical and perceptual dimensions are closely connected, demonstrating how the condition of the space shapes not only how it is inhabited, but how it is understood. And as one continues to explore this perspective, the relationship between environment and awareness becomes more apparent, showing how the gradual changes in the blocks influence the way individuals perceive their surroundings, creating a sense of continuity that is shaped by both repetition and transformation. And as this continuity develops, it provides insight into how the blocks function as environments where time, use, and perception are closely intertwined, offering a perspective that connects the physical changes within the space with the broader experience of daily life. And as we consider how this perspective shapes the overall narrative, it becomes evident that it adds depth to the understanding of the blocks, demonstrating how the interaction between environment and perception creates a complex and evolving experience that is essential to understanding the role of these spaces within Birkenau. And as one reflects on how this experience unfolds over time, it becomes clear that the impact of deteriorating conditions extends beyond the immediate environment, influencing how individuals understand continuity, change, and the passage of time. And as this understanding deepens, it reveals how the blocks can be seen as spaces where the physical and perceptual aspects of the environment are closely connected, creating a dynamic in which the experience of daily life is shaped by both structure and transformation. And as we reflect on this aspect of the narrative, it becomes evident that the impact of deterioration is not only a physical process, but a perceptual one, demonstrating how the evolving condition of the environment influences how it is experienced and understood. And as this exploration continues, it provides a more comprehensive view of how the blocks function as environments that are shaped by both their design and the conditions to which they are exposed, offering a deeper and more nuanced understanding of how the interaction between structure, time, and perception creates a dynamic and continuous experience within the blocks, and how this understanding enhances the overall narrative by connecting the physical transformation of the environment with the lived experience within it, offering a more complete and immersive perspective on life inside the blocks of Birkenau. Chapter 6, Segment 3: A Reflection of the Broader Reality. As the gradual deterioration of the blocks and its impact on daily life becomes more fully understood, the perspective now expands to consider how these conditions reflect the broader reality of Birkenau itself, because the blocks are not isolated environments but integral parts of a larger system, and it is within this connection that their significance extends beyond their immediate physical and experiential dimensions, revealing how the state of the blocks can be seen as a representation of the wider structure and conditions of the camp. And as one considers how this reflection takes place, it becomes evident that the same principles that shape the blocks, organization, repetition, limited resources, and continuous use, are present throughout the camp as a whole, creating a consistency between individual spaces and the larger environment in which they exist. And as this consistency is observed, it highlights how the blocks function as microcosms of the broader system, offering a concentrated view of the conditions that define Birkenau. And as we reflect on how this relationship influences perception, it becomes clear that it allows for a deeper understanding of the camp by examining the details of a single environment, demonstrating how the characteristics of the blocks can be used to interpret the larger structure and operation of the system. And as one continues to explore this perspective, the connection between physical condition and systemic organization becomes more apparent, showing how the deterioration of the blocks reflects not only the passage of time, but the conditions under which the camp operates. And as this connection is understood, it provides insight into how the environment as a whole is shaped by similar processes, where the interaction between structure, use, and limited resources creates a setting that evolves over time. And as we consider how this evolution influences the broader narrative, it becomes evident that it creates a sense of continuity between different parts of the camp, where the changes observed within the blocks are part of a larger pattern that defines the environment as a whole. And as this pattern becomes more apparent, it reveals how the blocks can be seen as representative spaces that reflect the overall conditions of Birkenau, demonstrating how the interaction between physical environment and systemic structure creates a cohesive and interconnected reality. And as one reflects on how this representation shapes the understanding of the camp, it becomes clear that it allows for a more comprehensive perspective, where the detailed examination of a single space contributes to a broader awareness of the system. And as this awareness develops, it highlights the importance of considering both the specific and the general when examining historical environments, showing how the integration of these perspectives creates a more complete and nuanced understanding. And as we continue to explore this relationship, it becomes evident that the blocks are not only environments where daily life takes place, but also spaces that embody the conditions and structures of the camp, offering a perspective that connects the physical and experiential aspects of the environment with the broader reality of Birkenau. And as this understanding deepens, it reveals how the deterioration and conditions within the blocks can be seen as part of a larger narrative that reflects the overall operation of the system, demonstrating how individual spaces contribute to the understanding of the camp as a whole. And as we reflect on this aspect of the narrative, it becomes clear that the blocks serve as important points of reference within the broader context of Birkenau, offering insight into how the environment is organized, experienced, and understood. And as this exploration continues, it provides a deeper understanding of how the blocks function as both individual spaces and representations of the larger system, enhancing the narrative by connecting the detailed observation of the environment with a broader awareness of its significance within the context of the camp. As the reflection on the broader reality continues, the perspective deepens further to consider how the conditions within the blocks contribute to an understanding of the camp that extends beyond physical space and into the realm of interpretation and meaning, because the significance of the blocks lies not only in their function or condition, but in how they allow us to understand the nature of the system in which they existed. And it is within this interpretive dimension that their role becomes even more pronounced, as they provide a lens through which the broader reality of Birkenau can be examined. And as one considers how this lens operates, it becomes evident that the details observed within the blocks, patterns of organization, the effects of time, and the interaction between structure and use, can be seen as expressions of the principles that define the camp, creating a connection between the specific environment of the blocks and the general structure of the system. And, as this connection is understood, it reveals how the blocks function as spaces that carry meaning beyond their immediate context, offering insight into the broader processes and conditions that shape the camp. And as we reflect on how this meaning is derived, it becomes clear that it emerges from the integration of observation and interpretation, where the physical characteristics of the blocks are considered alongside their role within the system, creating a perspective that connects the tangible and the conceptual aspects of the environment. And as this perspective develops, it provides a deeper understanding of how the blocks contribute to the overall narrative of Birkenau, demonstrating how the examination of individual spaces can reveal broader truths about the system as a whole. And as one continues to explore this idea, the importance of context becomes more apparent, showing how the meaning of the blocks is shaped by their relationship to the larger environment, and how this relationship influences the way they are understood and interpreted. And as we consider how this contextual understanding shapes the narrative, it becomes evident that it allows for a more comprehensive and nuanced view of the camp, where the details of the blocks are integrated into a broader framework that connects different elements into a cohesive whole. And as this integration unfolds, it reveals how the blocks can be seen as key elements in understanding the complexity of Birkenau, offering a perspective that bridges the gap between individual experience and systemic structure. And as one reflects on how this perspective influences the final stages of the narrative, it becomes clear that it provides a foundation for a deeper and more meaningful engagement with the environment, demonstrating how the exploration of specific spaces can lead to a broader understanding of historical context and significance. And as this understanding continues to develop, it reinforces the idea that the blocks are not only physical environments, but also spaces of interpretation, where the interaction between structure, condition, and experience creates a narrative that extends beyond the immediate setting. And as we reflect on this aspect of the narrative, it becomes evident that the broader reality of Birkenau is reflected within the blocks in ways that allow for a more comprehensive understanding of the camp, offering a perspective that connects the detailed observation of the environment with the larger context in which it existed. And as this exploration reaches its conclusion, it provides a deeper insight into how the blocks function as both individual spaces and representations of the broader system, demonstrating how their condition, structure, and experience contribute to a more complete and nuanced understanding of Birkenau and its place within the historical narrative. Chapter 7, Segment 1. Traces that Remain. As the narrative moves beyond the examination of the blocks as active environments, the perspective begins to shift toward what remains after the routines, movements, and continuous presence within these spaces have passed. Because even when activity is no longer present, the environment itself retains subtle traces that reflect the experiences that once unfolded within it, and it is within these traces that the blocks take on a different kind of significance, one that is defined not by immediate function, but by the enduring marks left behind through time, use, and presence. And as one considers how these traces manifest, it becomes evident that they are not always obvious or easily defined, but often exist in the small details of the environment, in the wear of materials, the arrangement of space, and the overall condition of the structure, all of which contribute to a sense that the blocks carry with them a record of what has taken place within them. And as this record is observed, it reveals how the physical environment can serve as a form of continuity, connecting past experiences with present observation. And as we reflect on how this continuity shapes perception, it becomes clear that it allows for an engagement with the space that extends beyond its current state, creating a perspective in which the blocks are understood not only as they are, but as they have been shaped over time. And as one continues to explore this idea, the relationship between absence and presence becomes more apparent, because while the individuals who once occupied the blocks are no longer there, the traces of their presence remain embedded within the environment, creating a sense of continuity that bridges the gap between past and present. And as this relationship is considered, it highlights how the blocks function as spaces where memory is not stored in a singular form, but expressed through the interaction between physical structure and perception. And as we consider how this interaction influences the understanding of the blocks, it becomes evident that it creates a layered experience in which the environment is perceived both as a physical space and as a reflection of past presence. And as this layered experience develops, it provides insight into how the blocks can be seen as environments that carry a form of silent continuity, where the traces of use and occupation contribute to a deeper awareness of the space. And as one reflects on how these traces are experienced, it becomes clear that they do not exist in isolation, but are part of a broader context that connects individual spaces within the camp to the overall narrative of Birkenau, demonstrating how the environment as a whole carries a collective record of what has taken place within it. And as we continue to explore this perspective, the significance of these traces becomes more fully realized, showing how they contribute to an understanding of the blocks that extends beyond immediate observation, offering a perspective that connects the physical and temporal dimensions of the environment. And as this understanding deepens, it reveals how the blocks function as spaces where the past is not entirely separate from the present, but exists within it through the subtle and often understated marks that remain. And as we reflect on this aspect of the narrative, it becomes evident that the traces within the blocks are essential to understanding their significance, demonstrating how the interaction between structure, time, and use creates an environment that retains a connection to its history. And as this exploration continues, it provides a deeper insight into how the blocks can be understood as spaces that carry both physical and experiential continuity, offering a perspective that enhances the overall narrative by connecting the present state of the environment with the experiences that have shaped it over time. As the exploration of what remains within the blocks continues, the focus deepens to consider how these traces are interpreted and understood, because while the physical marks of the past are present within the environment, their meaning is shaped by the way they are perceived and connected to a broader context. And it is within this process of interpretation that the significance of the blocks becomes more fully realized, as the traces that remain are not only indicators of past presence, but elements that contribute to a deeper understanding of the environment as a whole. And as one considers how this interpretation unfolds, it becomes evident that it is influenced by both observation and reflection, where the details of the environment are examined in relation to what is known about the history of the space, creating a perspective that connects the visible with the conceptual. And as this connection develops, it reveals how the blocks can be understood as spaces where meaning is not immediately apparent, but emerges through the interaction between the observer and the environment. And as we reflect on how this interaction shapes perception, it becomes clear that it creates a sense of engagement with the space that extends beyond its physical characteristics, allowing for an understanding that is informed by both the present condition of the environment and the awareness of its past. And as one continues to explore this perspective, the role of memory becomes more apparent, as the traces within the blocks serve as points of reference that connect the present with the broader historical narrative. And as this connection is understood, it highlights how the blocks function as environments where memory is both embedded and interpreted, demonstrating how the interaction between physical traces and awareness creates a layered understanding of the space. And as we consider how this layered understanding influences the overall narrative, it becomes evident that it allows for a more comprehensive and nuanced view of the blocks, showing how their significance extends beyond their immediate function and into the realm of interpretation and meaning. And as one reflects on how these traces contribute to the understanding of the environment, it becomes clear that they provide a form of continuity that links individual spaces to the broader context of Birkenau, demonstrating how the details of the blocks can be used to explore the larger narrative of the camp. And as this exploration continues, it reveals how the blocks can be seen as spaces where the past is not only remembered, but engaged with through the process of observation and interpretation, offering a perspective that connects the physical environment with the broader historical context. And as we reflect on this aspect of the narrative, it becomes evident that the traces that remain within the blocks are essential to understanding their significance, demonstrating how the interaction between structure, time, and perception creates an environment that carries both physical and conceptual continuity. And as this understanding deepens, it provides a foundation for the next stage of the narrative, where the focus will continue to move toward memory, reflection, and the lasting impact of these spaces, offering a deeper and more comprehensive perspective on the blocks and their role within the broader context of Birkenau. Chapter 7, Segment 2, Memory and Remembrance. As the narrative continues to move beyond the immediate presence of the blocks and into what remains, the perspective now deepens toward the concept of memory, because the traces that exist within the environment are not only physical marks, but also points of connection through which the past is remembered, interpreted, and understood. And it is within this process of remembrance that the blocks take on a significance that extends beyond their original function, becoming spaces where the past continues to exist through the awareness and engagement of those who reflect upon them. And as one considers how memory is connected to the environment, it becomes evident that the blocks serve as more than static structures, acting instead as spaces that carry a form of presence shaped by the experiences that took place within them. And as this presence is observed, it reveals how memory operates not as a fixed record, but as an ongoing process in which the past is continually revisited and reinterpreted. And as we reflect on how this process unfolds, it becomes clear that the interaction between the observer and the environment plays a central role in shaping how the blocks are remembered, because it is through observation, reflection, and awareness that the traces within the space are connected to a broader understanding of what they represent. And as this connection develops, it creates a layered experience in which the physical characteristics of the blocks are understood, alongside their historical context, allowing for a perspective that integrates both the visible and the conceptual aspects of the environment. And as one continues to explore this perspective, the role of interpretation becomes more apparent, as the meaning of the blocks is shaped not only by what is present, but by how it is understood within a larger narrative. And as this interpretation is considered, it highlights how memory is influenced by both individual perception and collective awareness, creating a dynamic in which the blocks are remembered in ways that reflect both personal engagement and shared understanding. And as we consider how this dynamic shapes the perception of the blocks, it becomes evident that it creates a sense of continuity between the past and the present, where the environment serves as a point of connection that allows for an ongoing relationship with history. And as this relationship develops, it reveals how the blocks function as spaces where memory is both preserved and experienced, demonstrating how the interaction between structure, time, and awareness creates an environment that carries a lasting connection to its past. And as one reflects on how individuals engage with these spaces, it becomes clear that the process of remembrance is not limited to a single moment, but unfolds over time, as the environment is revisited, reconsidered, and understood through different perspectives. And as this process continues, it provides a deeper insight into how the blocks can be seen as environments that hold a form of enduring significance, offering a perspective that connects the physical presence of the space with the ongoing process of memory. And as we reflect on this aspect of the narrative, it becomes evident that the concept of memory and remembrance is essential to understanding the blocks, demonstrating how the interaction between environment and awareness creates a dynamic in which the past continues to exist within the present. And as this exploration continues, it reveals how the blocks serve as spaces that carry both physical and conceptual continuity, enhancing the overall narrative by connecting the detailed observation of the environment with a broader awareness of its historical significance and lasting impact. As the exploration of memory and remembrance continues, the focus deepens further into how these processes contribute to a broader understanding of the blocks and their place within history. Because while individual engagement with the environment plays a role in shaping perception, it is also through collective awareness and shared reflection that the significance of these spaces is maintained and communicated over time. And it is within this collective dimension that the concept of remembrance becomes more fully realized, as the blocks are understood not only as environments that hold traces of the past, but as spaces that are continuously interpreted and reinterpreted within a wider historical and cultural context. And as one considers how this collective process unfolds, it becomes evident that the preservation of these spaces plays a central role in maintaining their connection to the past, allowing for the physical environment to remain as a point of reference through which memory can be engaged. And as this preservation is observed, it highlights the importance of maintaining the integrity of the blocks as spaces that reflect their historical context, demonstrating how the physical condition of the environment contributes to the way it is understood and remembered. And as we reflect on how this preservation influences perception, it becomes clear that it creates a framework within which the blocks can be experienced as both historical sites and spaces of reflection, allowing for an engagement with the environment that is informed by both its physical characteristics and its broader significance. And as one continues to explore this perspective, the role of education and interpretation becomes more apparent, as the understanding of the blocks is shaped by the ways in which information about them is shared, communicated, and contextualized. And as this process is considered, it reveals how the meaning of the blocks is not static, but evolves. Through ongoing dialogue and reflection, demonstrating how the interaction between past and present creates a dynamic understanding of the environment. And as we consider how this dynamic shapes the broader narrative, it becomes evident that it allows for a more comprehensive and nuanced view of the blocks, showing how their significance extends beyond their immediate context and into the realm of historical awareness and collective memory. And as one reflects on how these spaces are understood today, it becomes clear that they serve as points of connection between different perspectives, offering a space in which the past can be engaged with in a way that is both reflective and informed. And as this engagement continues, it provides a deeper insight into how the blocks function as environments that carry both physical and conceptual significance, demonstrating how the interaction between preservation, interpretation, and awareness creates a layered understanding of the space. And as we reflect on this aspect of the narrative, it becomes evident that memory and remembrance are essential components in understanding the blocks, offering a perspective that connects the physical environment with the broader historical context in which it exists. And as this exploration continues, it reveals how the blocks can be seen as spaces that contribute to an ongoing process of understanding and reflection, demonstrating how the interaction between past and present creates a continuous and evolving narrative that enhances the overall comprehension of Birkenau and its significance within history. Chapter 7, Segment 3: The Emotional Weight and Lasting Meaning. As the narrative moves beyond the processes of memory and remembrance, the perspective now deepens into the emotional weight carried by the blocks, because while these spaces can be examined through structure, history, and interpretation, there exists another dimension that is less tangible yet equally significant, one that emerges through the interaction between the environment and the awareness of what it represents. And it is within this dimension that the blocks take on a presence that extends beyond their physical form, becoming spaces that evoke reflection, contemplation, and a deeper engagement with the past. And as one considers how this emotional weight is experienced, it becomes evident that it is not imposed by the environment itself, but arises through the understanding of its history, creating a connection between knowledge and perception that shapes how the space is felt and interpreted. And as this connection develops, it reveals how the blocks function as environments where the past is not only remembered, but sensed through the awareness of what has taken place within them. And as we reflect on how this awareness influences perception, it becomes clear that it creates a layered experience in which the physical characteristics of the blocks are accompanied by an understanding of their significance, allowing for an engagement with the space that is both observational and reflective. And as one continues to explore this perspective, the role of silence becomes more apparent, as the absence of activity within the blocks contributes to a sense of stillness that allows for reflection, creating an environment in which the presence of history is felt through what is no longer there. And as this stillness is considered, it highlights how the blocks can be experienced as spaces where absence itself carries meaning, demonstrating how the lack of movement and sound can create an atmosphere that encourages contemplation and awareness. And as we consider how this atmosphere shapes the emotional experience of the blocks, it becomes evident that it contributes to a sense of gravity that defines the environment, where the understanding of the past influences how the present is perceived. And as this gravity develops, it reveals how the blocks function as spaces where the interaction between knowledge and environment creates a form of engagement that is both intellectual and emotional. And as one reflects on how individuals respond to this engagement, it becomes clear that the experience of the blocks is shaped by both personal perspective and collective understanding, creating a dynamic in which the meaning of the space is influenced by the ways in which it is approached and interpreted. And as this dynamic is explored, it provides insight into how the blocks carry a form of significance that extends beyond their immediate context, offering a perspective that connects the physical environment with the broader narrative of history. And as we reflect on this aspect of the narrative, it becomes evident that the emotional weight of the blocks is an essential element in understanding their lasting meaning, demonstrating how the interaction between environment, memory, and awareness creates a space that is defined not only by what it is, but by what it represents. And as this exploration continues, it reveals how the blocks can be seen as environments that carry a form of presence that is both subtle and profound, offering a deeper and more nuanced understanding of their role within the broader context of Birkenau and its historical significance. As the exploration of emotional weight continues, the focus deepens further into the lasting meaning that these spaces hold in the present, because beyond the immediate experience of reflection and awareness, the blocks contribute to an ongoing understanding of history that extends into how they are perceived, discussed, and remembered over time, and it is within this ongoing process that their significance becomes even more pronounced, as they serve as enduring points of connection between past and present, allowing for a continued engagement with the history they represent. And as one considers how this lasting meaning is formed, it becomes evident that it is shaped by the interaction between preservation, interpretation, and reflection, creating a dynamic in which the blocks are understood not only as historical structures, but as spaces that continue to influence how the past is approached and understood. And as this understanding develops, it reveals how the blocks function as environments that carry both historical and contemporary relevance, offering a perspective that connects their original context with their role in the present. And as we reflect on how this relevance influences perception, it becomes clear that it creates a sense of continuity in which the blocks are not confined to a single moment in time, but exist as part of an ongoing narrative that continues to evolve. And as this continuity develops, it highlights the importance of maintaining a connection to these spaces, demonstrating how their presence contributes to a broader awareness of history and its impact. And as one continues to explore this perspective, the role of reflection becomes more apparent, as the blocks provide a setting in which individuals can engage with the past in a way that is both personal and informed, creating an environment where understanding is shaped through both observation and thought. And as this engagement unfolds, it reveals how the blocks can be seen as spaces that encourage a deeper consideration of history, offering a perspective that connects the physical environment with the broader themes and narratives it represents. And as we consider how this perspective shapes the overall understanding of Birkenau, it becomes evident that it allows for a more comprehensive and meaningful engagement with the camp, demonstrating how the interaction between environment, memory, and reflection creates a layered understanding that extends beyond the immediate experience of the space. And as one reflects on how this understanding influences the broader narrative, it becomes clear that the lasting meaning of the blocks is not fixed, but continues to develop as new perspectives and interpretations emerge. And as this development continues, it provides a deeper insight into how the blocks function as spaces that carry both historical and interpretive significance, offering a perspective that connects the past with the present in a way that is both continuous and evolving. And as we reflect on this aspect of the narrative, it becomes evident that the emotional weight and lasting meaning of the blocks are essential to understanding their role within the broader context of Birkenau, demonstrating how the interaction between environment, memory, and awareness creates a space that continues to resonate beyond its original context. And as this exploration reaches its conclusion, it reinforces the idea that the blocks are not only places of historical importance, but spaces that continue to shape how history is understood and remembered, offering a deeper and more nuanced perspective on their significance and impact within the larger narrative. Chapter 8, Segment 1. The contrast between past and present. As the narrative moves beyond the emotional weight and lasting meaning of the blocks, the perspective begins to shift toward a contrast that defines how these spaces are experienced today. The difference between their past reality and their present state, because while the blocks once functioned as active environments shaped by movement, routine, and continuous presence, they now exist in a condition that is markedly different, characterized by stillness, absence, and the passage of time, and it is within this contrast that the significance of the blocks becomes even more pronounced, as the difference between what once was and what now remains creates a layered understanding of the environment. And as one considers how this contrast is experienced, it becomes evident that the present state of the blocks is defined by a sense of quiet that stands in contrast to the activity that once filled the space. And as this quiet is observed, it highlights the absence of the routines and interactions that once defined daily life, creating an environment where the lack of movement becomes a defining feature. And as we reflect on how this absence shapes perception, it becomes clear that it allows for a different kind of engagement with the space, where the focus shifts from immediate activity to reflection and observation. And as this shift occurs, it reveals how the blocks can be understood as environments that carry both presence and absence simultaneously, where the physical structure remains while the activity that once defined it is no longer present. And as one continues to explore this perspective, the relationship between past and present becomes more apparent, showing how the current state of the blocks is shaped by the passage of time and the changes that have occurred since their period of use. And as this relationship is understood, it provides insight into how the environment has transitioned from a space of continuous activity to one of stillness, demonstrating how the interaction between time and structure creates a contrast that defines the present experience of the blocks. And as we consider how this contrast influences the broader narrative, it becomes evident that it adds depth to the understanding of the environment, showing how the blocks can be seen as spaces that hold multiple temporal dimensions, where the past and present coexist through the interaction between memory and physical structure. And as one reflects on how this coexistence shapes perception, it becomes clear that it creates a layered experience in which the present state of the blocks is understood in relation to what has come before, allowing for an engagement with the space that is informed by both observation and awareness. And as this engagement develops, it reveals how the blocks function as environments where the passage of time is not only observed, but experienced through the contrast between activity and stillness. And as we reflect on this aspect of the narrative, it becomes evident that the contrast between past and present is essential to understanding the significance of the blocks, demonstrating how the difference between these two states creates a perspective that connects the physical environment with the broader narrative of Birkenau. And as this exploration continues, it provides a deeper insight into how the blocks can be seen as spaces that embody the passage of time, offering a perspective that connects the dynamic nature of the past with the stillness of the present, and how this understanding enhances the overall narrative by adding a dimension that reflects the transformation of the environment over time. As the exploration of contrast continues, the focus deepens to consider how the present stillness of the blocks influences the way the past is perceived and understood, because the absence of activity within the environment does not diminish its significance, but instead creates a space in which reflection can take place, allowing the past to be considered in a way that is shaped by both the physical presence of the blocks and the awareness of what they represent. And it is within this reflective space that the contrast between past and present becomes a central element in shaping the experience of the environment, as the quiet and stillness of the present provide a context in which the past can be more clearly contemplated. And as one considers how this contemplation unfolds, it becomes evident that the absence of movement and sound allows for a focus on the details of the environment, where the structure of the blocks, the arrangement of space, and the traces that remain become points of engagement that connect the observer to the history of the space. And as this connection develops, it reveals how the present state of the blocks functions as a framework for understanding the past, offering a perspective in which the physical environment serves as a reference point for reflection. And as we reflect on how this framework influences perception, it becomes clear that it creates a sense of depth within the experience, where the stillness of the present enhances the awareness of the past, demonstrating how the interaction between absence and memory shapes the understanding of the environment. And as one continues to explore this perspective, the role of imagination becomes more apparent, as individuals engage with the space by considering what it once was, creating a connection between the visible present and the imagined past. And as this connection is considered, It highlights how the blocks function as spaces where the past is not directly visible, but can be understood through a combination of observation and reflection. And as we consider how this process shapes the overall narrative, it becomes evident that it adds a layer of complexity to the understanding of the blocks, demonstrating how the interaction between present stillness and past activity creates a dynamic in which the environment is experienced as both a physical space and a site of reflection. And as one reflects on how this dynamic influences the perception of the blocks, it becomes clear that it allows for a more comprehensive and nuanced engagement with the space, where the contrast between past and present provides a framework for understanding the transformation of the environment over time. And as this understanding deepens, it reveals how the blocks can be seen as environments that carry both historical and reflective significance, offering a perspective that connects the physical characteristics of the space with the broader narrative of Birkenau. And as we reflect on this aspect of the narrative, it becomes evident that the contrast between past and present is not only a feature of the environment, but a central element in shaping how it is experienced and understood, demonstrating how the interaction between time, memory, and perception creates a layered and meaningful engagement with the blocks. And as this exploration continues, it provides a deeper insight into how these spaces function as environments that bridge the gap between what was and what remains, offering a perspective that enhances the overall narrative by connecting the stillness of the present with the activity of the past in a way that is both reflective and immersive. Chapter 8, Segment 2, Silence and Emptiness. As the contrast between past and present becomes more clearly defined, the perspective now turns toward two defining characteristics of the blocks in their current state: silence and emptiness. Because while the physical structures remain, the absence of activity has transformed the environment into one that is shaped by stillness. And it is within this stillness that the experience of the blocks takes on a different quality, one that is defined not by movement and routine, but by the absence of both. And as one considers how silence is experienced within these spaces, it becomes evident that it is not simply the lack of sound, but a condition that alters how the environment is perceived, creating a setting in which even the smallest details become more noticeable. And as this heightened awareness develops, it reveals how silence functions as an element that shapes perception, allowing for a deeper engagement with the physical characteristics of the blocks. And as we reflect on how this engagement unfolds, it becomes clear that the absence of noise creates a space in which observation becomes more focused, where the textures of the materials, the arrangement of the bunks, and the overall structure of the environment can be examined in a way that is uninterrupted by external activity. And as this focused observation takes place, it contributes to a sense of stillness that defines the present experience of the blocks, demonstrating how the absence of sound can create an atmosphere that encourages reflection and awareness. And as one continues to explore this perspective, the relationship between silence and memory becomes more apparent, showing how the quiet of the present allows for the past to be considered in a way that is shaped by both observation and understanding. And as this relationship is understood, it provides insight into how silence can function as a bridge between what is visible and what is remembered, creating a connection that enhances the experience of the environment. And as we consider how this connection influences perception, it becomes evident that it creates a layered experience in which the blocks are understood not only as physical spaces, but as environments that carry a sense of presence through their stillness. And as one reflects on how this presence is experienced, it becomes clear that it is shaped by the awareness of what is no longer there, creating a dynamic in which absence itself becomes a defining feature of the environment. And as this dynamic is explored, it reveals how emptiness functions alongside silence to create a space that is defined by what is missing, demonstrating how the lack of occupants, movement, and routine contributes to a perception of the blocks that is fundamentally different from their past reality. And as we reflect on how this emptiness shapes the overall experience, it becomes evident that it creates a sense of openness within the space, where the absence of individuals allows for a clearer view of the structure. And as this openness is observed, it highlights how the environment has been transformed by the passage of time, demonstrating how the transition from activity to stillness has created a new way of experiencing the blocks. And as one continues to reflect on this transformation, it becomes clear that silence and emptiness are not merely passive conditions, but active elements that shape how the environment is perceived and understood, offering a perspective that connects the physical characteristics of the space with the broader narrative of its history. And as this exploration continues, it provides a deeper insight into how the blocks can be seen as environments where the absence of activity creates a form of presence that is defined by stillness, demonstrating how the interaction between silence, emptiness, and awareness contributes to a more nuanced and reflective understanding of the space within the broader context of Birkenau. As the exploration of silence and emptiness continues, the focus deepens to consider how these elements influence not only the immediate experience of the blocks, but also the way they are understood on a broader level, because the absence of sound and activity does not exist in isolation, but interacts with memory, awareness, and interpretation to create a complex and layered perception of the environment. And it is within this interaction that the significance of silence and emptiness becomes more fully realized, as they contribute to a form of engagement that is both reflective and contemplative, allowing the space to be experienced in a way that encourages deeper consideration of its history. And as one considers how this engagement unfolds, it becomes evident that the stillness of the blocks creates a setting in which attention is drawn inward, where the absence of external distractions allows for a focus on the environment and its meaning. And as this inward focus develops, it reveals how the experience of the blocks is shaped not only by what is present, but by what is no longer there, creating a dynamic in which the past is considered through the lens of absence. And as we reflect on how this dynamic influences perception, it becomes clear that it creates a sense of depth within the experience, where the quiet of the present enhances the awareness of the past, demonstrating how the interaction between silence and memory contributes to a more profound understanding of the environment. And as one continues to explore this perspective, the role of space becomes more apparent, as the emptiness of the blocks allows for a clearer perception of their structure, highlighting the design and layout in a way that might not have been as noticeable during their period of use. And as this clarity is observed, it provides insight into how the physical characteristics of the blocks can be understood in relation to their function, demonstrating how the absence of activity allows for a different kind of engagement with the environment. And as we consider how this engagement shapes the broader narrative, it becomes evident that it adds a layer of complexity to the understanding of the blocks, showing how the interaction between silence, emptiness, and awareness creates a space that is both physical and conceptual. And as one reflects on how this space is experienced, it becomes clear that it allows for a more comprehensive and nuanced understanding of the environment, where the stillness of the present provides a framework for reflecting on the activity of the past. And as this understanding deepens, it reveals how the blocks can be seen as environments that carry both absence and presence simultaneously, offering a perspective that connects the physical condition of the space with the broader narrative of Birkenau. And as we reflect on this aspect of the narrative, it becomes evident that silence and emptiness are not simply characteristics of the present state of the blocks, but essential elements in shaping how they are experienced and understood, demonstrating how the interaction between these elements and the awareness of the observer creates a layered and meaningful engagement with the environment. And as this exploration continues, it provides a deeper insight into how the blocks function as spaces where the absence of activity creates an opportunity for reflection, offering a perspective that enhances the overall narrative by connecting the stillness of the present with the history of the past in a way that is both immersive and contemplative. Chapter 8, Segment 3, What the Blocks Say Without Words. As the narrative reaches the culmination of contrast, silence, and emptiness, the perspective now turns toward a deeper and more abstract understanding of the blocks, how they communicate meaning without the presence of voices, movement, or written explanation, because within these spaces, there exists a form of expression that is not spoken or directly stated, but conveyed through the environment itself. And it is within this unspoken dimension that the blocks take on a profound significance, becoming spaces where meaning is derived not from explicit narration, but from the interaction between observation, awareness, and reflection. And as one considers how this form of communication is experienced, it becomes evident that it emerges through the details of the environment, where the structure, the arrangement of space, and the condition of the materials all contribute to a sense that the blocks hold a narrative that can be perceived without being directly articulated. And as this perception develops, it reveals how the environment itself functions as a medium through which meaning is conveyed, allowing for an understanding that is shaped by the relationship between the observer and the space. And as we reflect on how this relationship unfolds, it becomes clear that the absence of explicit explanation creates an openness within the experience, where interpretation is guided by observation and awareness rather than by predetermined conclusions. And as this openness is considered, it highlights how the blocks can be understood as environments that invite engagement, encouraging a process of reflection that allows meaning to emerge gradually. And as one continues to explore this perspective, the role of presence becomes more apparent, as the physical reality of the blocks serves as a point of connection that grounds the experience in something tangible, even as the interpretation of that experience remains fluid and evolving. And as this interplay between presence and interpretation develops, it reveals how the blocks function as spaces where meaning is not fixed, but created through the interaction between the environment and the observer. And as we consider how this process shapes the overall understanding of the blocks, it becomes evident that it creates a layered experience in which the physical characteristics of the space are intertwined with the broader awareness of its history, allowing for an engagement that is both immediate and reflective. And as one reflects on how individuals experience this form of communication, it becomes clear that it is shaped by both personal perspective and collective understanding, creating a dynamic in which the meaning of the blocks is influenced by the ways in which they are approached and interpreted. And as this dynamic is explored, it provides insight into how the blocks can be seen as spaces that convey meaning through their very existence, offering a perspective that connects the physical environment with the broader narrative it represents. And as we reflect on this aspect of the narrative, it becomes evident that the ability of the blocks to communicate without words is an essential element in understanding their significance, demonstrating how the interaction between environment, awareness, and interpretation creates a form of expression that is both subtle and profound. And as this exploration continues, it provides a deeper insight into how the blocks function as environments where meaning is conveyed not through direct explanation, but through the experience of the space itself, offering a perspective that enhances the overall narrative by connecting the physical presence of the blocks with the broader themes of memory, reflection, and understanding within the context of Birkenau. As the exploration of unspoken meaning continues, the focus deepens further into how this form of communication shapes the lasting impression of the blocks. Because while the absence of words allows for a more open and interpretive experience, it also creates a sense of depth that influences how the environment is remembered and understood over time. And it is within this depth that the blocks take on a lasting presence that extends beyond the immediate moment of observation, becoming spaces that continue to resonate through the awareness they evoke. And as one considers how this lasting impression is formed, it becomes evident that it is shaped by the interaction between the physical environment and the internal process of reflection, where the experience of the space is carried forward through memory and interpretation. And as this interaction unfolds, it reveals how the blocks function as environments that leave an enduring impact, not through direct statements, but through the subtle and cumulative effect of their presence. And as we reflect on how this impact is experienced, it becomes clear that it is influenced by the way individuals engage with the space, creating a connection that is both personal and collective. And as this connection develops, it highlights how the blocks can be understood as spaces that continue to communicate even after one has left them, demonstrating how the experience of the environment extends beyond its physical boundaries and into the realm of memory and thought. And as one continues to explore this perspective, the role of reflection becomes more apparent, as the absence of explicit explanation encourages a deeper consideration of the environment, allowing for a form of engagement that is shaped by both observation and introspection. And as this reflective process develops, it provides insight into how the blocks can be seen as spaces that foster a deeper understanding of the past, offering a perspective that connects the physical environment with the broader narrative it represents. And as we consider how this understanding shapes the overall experience, it becomes evident that it creates a sense of continuity between the moment of observation and the ongoing process of interpretation, demonstrating how the blocks function as environments that carry meaning beyond their immediate context. And as one reflects on how this continuity influences the broader narrative, it becomes clear that it contributes to a more comprehensive and nuanced understanding of Birkenau, showing how the interaction between environment, memory, and awareness creates a layered experience that continues to evolve over time. And as this exploration reaches its conclusion, it becomes evident that the ability of the blocks to communicate without words is a defining feature of their significance, demonstrating how the absence of explicit narration allows for a form of engagement that is both open and profound. And as we reflect on this aspect of the narrative, it reinforces the idea that the blocks are not only physical spaces, but environments that carry a lasting and meaningful presence, offering a perspective that connects the stillness of the present with the depth of the past in a way that is both immersive and reflective. And as this understanding deepens, it provides a strong foundation for the final stages of the narrative, where the focus will move toward conclusion, legacy, and the enduring importance of remembering these spaces within the broader context of history. Chapter 9, Segment 1. The Beginning of Legacy. As the narrative moves toward its final stages, the perspective begins to shift from reflection and interpretation toward the concept of legacy, because the blocks, having been understood through their structure, experience, memory, and meaning, now exist within a broader context that extends beyond their physical presence. And it is within this extension that their significance continues into the present, shaping how they are understood not only as historical environments, but as enduring elements within a larger narrative. And as one considers how this legacy begins to take form, it becomes evident that it is not defined by a single moment or transition, but emerges gradually through the accumulation of memory, interpretation, and continued engagement. And as this emergence is observed, it reveals how the blocks move from being spaces of direct experience to becoming spaces of historical significance, where their role within the past is connected to their meaning in the present. And as we reflect on how this transformation unfolds, it becomes clear that it is shaped by the way these spaces are preserved, studied, and remembered, creating a process in which the past is carried forward through ongoing awareness. And as this awareness develops, it highlights how the blocks function as points of continuity within the broader narrative of Birkenau, offering a perspective that connects their original context with their ongoing presence in history. And as one continues to explore this perspective, the role of interpretation becomes more apparent, as the meaning of the blocks is shaped not only by what they were, but by how they are understood and represented over time. And as this process of interpretation is considered, it reveals how the blocks serve as environments that contribute to a larger understanding of history, demonstrating how the detailed examination of a specific space can inform broader perspectives on the past. And as we consider how this relationship influences perception, it becomes evident that it creates a layered understanding in which the blocks are seen not only as individual structures, but as symbols of a larger historical context. And as this symbolic dimension develops, it provides insight into how the blocks contribute to the formation of legacy, offering a perspective that connects the physical environment with the broader themes and narratives it represents. And as one reflects on how this connection shapes the experience of the blocks, it becomes clear that it creates a sense of continuity that extends beyond the immediate environment, allowing the significance of these spaces to persist over time. And as this persistence is understood, it reveals how the blocks function as environments that carry both historical and contemporary relevance, demonstrating how their presence contributes to an ongoing process of understanding and reflection. And as we reflect on this aspect of the narrative, it becomes evident that the beginning of legacy is not a distinct endpoint, but a continuation of the processes that have shaped the blocks from the start, offering a perspective that connects the past with the present in a way that is both continuous and evolving. And as this exploration continues, it provides a deeper insight into how the blocks can be seen as spaces that embody the transition from lived experience to historical memory, demonstrating how the interaction between structure, time, and awareness creates a lasting and meaningful presence within the broader context of Birkenau, and how this understanding enhances the narrative by connecting the detailed observation of the environment with the larger concept of legacy. As the concept of legacy continues to unfold, the focus deepens to consider how the blocks function within this broader framework over time, because legacy is not static, but an ongoing process that evolves through continued engagement, reflection, and interpretation, and it is within this ongoing process that the significance of the blocks becomes more fully realized, as they serve as enduring points of reference through which the past is connected to the present and future. And as one considers how this connection is maintained, it becomes evident that it is shaped by a combination of preservation, education, and collective awareness, all of which contribute to the way these spaces are understood and remembered. And as this combination is observed, it reveals how the blocks function as environments that carry both physical and conceptual continuity, demonstrating how their presence allows for an ongoing engagement with history. And as we reflect on how this engagement influences perception, it becomes clear that it creates a sense of responsibility in the way these spaces are approached, where the awareness of their significance shapes how they are preserved and interpreted. And as this sense of responsibility develops, it highlights the importance of maintaining a connection to the blocks as spaces that represent more than their physical structure, offering a perspective that connects their existence with the broader narrative they embody. And as one continues to explore this perspective, the role of collective memory becomes more apparent, as the understanding of the blocks is shaped by shared knowledge and awareness, creating a dynamic in which their meaning is continuously reinforced and reinterpreted over time. And as this dynamic unfolds, it provides insight into how the blocks contribute to a larger historical consciousness, demonstrating how the preservation and interpretation of specific spaces can influence broader understandings of the past. And as we consider how this influence shapes the overall narrative, it becomes evident that it adds depth to the concept of legacy, showing how the blocks function as more than remnants of a historical period, but as active elements in the ongoing process of remembering and understanding. And as one reflects on how this process evolves, it becomes clear that the legacy of the blocks is shaped by the interaction between past and present, where the experiences that once defined these spaces are carried forward through continued engagement and reflection. And as this understanding deepens, it reveals how the blocks can be seen as environments that hold both historical significance and contemporary relevance, offering a perspective that connects their physical presence with the broader themes of memory, awareness, and interpretation. And as we reflect on this aspect of the narrative, it becomes evident that the development of legacy is an essential component in understanding the blocks, demonstrating how the interaction between preservation, interpretation, and collective awareness creates a dynamic and evolving narrative that extends beyond the immediate context of Birkenau. And as this exploration continues, it provides a deeper insight into how these spaces function as enduring elements within history, offering a perspective that enhances the overall narrative by connecting the detailed observation of the environment with the broader concept of legacy and its ongoing development over time. Chapter 9, Segment 2. Understanding across generations. As the concept of legacy continues to unfold, the perspective now turns toward how these spaces are understood by future generations, because while the blocks originate from a specific historical moment, their significance does not remain confined to that time, but extends forward, shaping how individuals who did not directly experience these environments come to understand their meaning. And it is within this forward movement of understanding that the role of the blocks becomes even more complex, as they function not only as remnants of the past, but as points of connection through which knowledge, awareness, and interpretation are transmitted across time. And as one considers how this transmission takes place, it becomes evident that it is shaped by a combination of preservation, education, and the ways in which these spaces are presented and interpreted, creating a framework through which the past can be engaged with in the present. And as this framework is observed, it reveals how the blocks function as environments that facilitate learning, offering a physical context through which abstract historical concepts can be understood in a more tangible way. And as we reflect on how this tangibility influences perception, it becomes clear that it allows for a deeper engagement with the past, where the presence of the blocks provides a sense of immediacy that cannot be fully replicated through description alone, and as this immediacy is experienced, it contributes to a form of understanding that is both intellectual and experiential, demonstrating how the physical environment can play a role in shaping how history is perceived and internalized. And as one continues to explore this perspective, the role of interpretation becomes more apparent, as the way in which the blocks are explained and contextualized influences how they are understood by those encountering them for the first time. And as this process of interpretation is considered, it reveals how the meaning of the blocks is not fixed, but evolves through ongoing dialogue and reflection, allowing for new perspectives to emerge as different generations engage with the space. And as we consider how this evolution shapes the broader narrative, it becomes evident that it creates a dynamic understanding of the blocks, where their significance is continuously re-examined and redefined in relation to contemporary awareness. And as one reflects on how individuals from future generations might experience these spaces, it becomes clear that their understanding is shaped not only by what they observe, but by the context in which they encounter the blocks, including the knowledge they bring with them and the ways in which the environment is presented. And as this interaction unfolds, it provides insight into how the blocks function as spaces that bridge the gap between past and present, offering a perspective that connects historical reality with contemporary understanding. And as we reflect on this aspect of the narrative, it becomes evident that the role of the blocks in shaping future understanding is essential to their legacy, demonstrating how the interaction between preservation, interpretation, and engagement creates a continuous process through which the past is carried forward. And as this exploration continues, it reveals how the blocks can be seen as environments that contribute to an ongoing dialogue between generations, offering a perspective that connects the detailed observation of the space with the broader process of historical understanding, and how this understanding evolves over time, enhancing the overall narrative by showing how the significance of the blocks is not limited to the past, but continues to develop through the ways in which they are experienced and interpreted by future generations. As the exploration of understanding across generations continues, the focus deepens to consider how the experience of these spaces changes as time moves further away from their original context. Because with each passing generation, the direct connection to the events that define the blocks becomes more distant, and it is within this increasing distance that the role of interpretation, education, and collective memory becomes even more significant, as they serve as the means through which the meaning of these spaces is maintained and communicated. And as one considers how this process unfolds, it becomes evident that the blocks function as anchors of historical awareness, providing a point of reference that remains constant even as the context surrounding them evolves. And as this constancy is observed, it highlights how the physical presence of the blocks contributes to the continuity of understanding, offering a tangible connection to a past that might otherwise become abstract or distant. And as we reflect on how this connection influences perception, it becomes clear that it creates a sense of grounding within the experience of history, where the environment serves as a reminder of the reality of the events that took place. And as this grounding develops, it reveals how the blocks function as spaces that support the preservation of historical awareness, demonstrating how their continued existence allows for an engagement with the past that is both direct and reflective. And as one continues to explore this perspective, the role of storytelling becomes more apparent, as the way in which the history of the blocks is conveyed plays a central role in shaping how they are understood by future generations. And as this storytelling is considered, it reveals how the narrative surrounding the blocks evolves over time, influenced by new perspectives, research, and cultural context. And as we consider how this evolving narrative shapes the broader understanding of the blocks, it becomes evident that it creates a dynamic relationship between past and present, where the meaning of these spaces is continuously interpreted and reinterpreted in light of new insights. And as one reflects on how this dynamic influences the experience of the blocks, it becomes clear that it allows for a more nuanced and layered understanding of their significance, demonstrating how the interaction between physical environment, collective memory, and evolving interpretation creates a complex and ongoing process of understanding. And as this understanding deepens, it reveals how the blocks can be seen as environments that contribute to a broader awareness of history, offering a perspective that connects individual engagement with collective knowledge. And as we reflect on this aspect of the narrative, it becomes evident that the role of the blocks in shaping understanding across generations is essential to their legacy, demonstrating how the interaction between preservation, interpretation, and awareness creates a continuous and evolving narrative that extends beyond the immediate context of Birkenau. And as this exploration continues, it provides a deeper insight into how these spaces function as enduring elements within history, offering a perspective that enhances the overall narrative by connecting the physical presence of the blocks with the ongoing process of understanding, ensuring that their significance remains relevant and meaningful for generations to come. Chapter 9, Segment 3, Why Remembering Matters. As the narrative approaches its final stages, the perspective turns toward one of the most essential questions that emerges from the exploration of the blocks. Why remembering matters? Because beyond the structure, the experience, the memory, and the legacy, there exists a deeper purpose in engaging with these spaces, one that extends beyond observation and into the realm of understanding and responsibility. And it is within this purpose that the significance of remembering becomes most apparent, as it connects the past with the present in a way that informs how history is understood and how its lessons are carried forward. And as one considers how this process of remembering unfolds, it becomes evident that it is not a passive act, but an active engagement with the past, where awareness is shaped through reflection, interpretation, and the willingness to confront the realities represented by these spaces. And as this engagement develops, it reveals how the blocks function as environments that facilitate this process, offering a tangible connection to history that encourages a deeper consideration of what has taken place. And as we reflect on how this connection influences perception, it becomes clear that it creates a sense of continuity between past and present, where the experiences that once defined these spaces are brought into contemporary awareness, allowing for an understanding that is both informed and reflective. And as one continues to explore this perspective, the role of responsibility becomes more apparent, as the act of remembering carries with it an obligation to preserve, interpret, and communicate the significance of these spaces in a way that maintains their integrity and meaning. And as this responsibility is considered, it highlights how the blocks are not only sites of historical importance, but also spaces that require careful and thoughtful engagement, demonstrating how the process of remembering involves both awareness and action. And as we consider how this responsibility shapes the broader narrative, it becomes evident that it creates a framework through which the past can be understood in relation to the present, offering a perspective that connects historical events with contemporary reflection. And as one reflects on how individuals engage with this process, it becomes clear that remembering is influenced by both personal perspective and collective understanding, creating a dynamic in which the meaning of the blocks is continuously shaped by the ways in which they are approached and interpreted. And as this dynamic is explored, it provides insight into how the act of remembering contributes to a broader awareness of history, demonstrating how the interaction between environment, memory, and reflection creates a space in which the past can be engaged with in a meaningful way. And as we reflect on this aspect of the narrative, it becomes evident that remembering matters because it allows for a connection that extends beyond the immediate experience of the blocks, creating an understanding that is both enduring and evolving. And as this exploration continues, it reveals how the blocks can be seen as environments that support this ongoing process, offering a perspective that connects the physical presence of the space with the broader purpose of historical awareness, and how this understanding enhances the narrative by emphasizing the importance of engaging with the past in a way that is both thoughtful and informed, ensuring that the significance of these spaces continues to be recognized and understood over time. As the exploration of why remembering matters continues, the focus deepens to consider how this act of remembrance influences not only the understanding of the past, but the way in which individuals and societies approach the present and future, because the significance of remembering extends beyond the preservation of history, shaping how awareness is carried forward and how the lessons of the past are integrated into ongoing perspectives. And it is within this forward-looking dimension that the importance of remembrance becomes even more pronounced, as it contributes to a broader framework of understanding that connects historical awareness with contemporary reflection. And as one considers how this connection is maintained, it becomes evident that it is shaped by the continuous interaction between memory, interpretation, and engagement, creating a process in which the past remains relevant through its influence on present understanding. And as this process unfolds, it reveals how the blocks function as spaces that support this continuity, offering a physical and conceptual link between what has occurred and how it is understood today. And as we reflect on how this link influences perception, it becomes clear that it creates a sense of awareness that extends beyond the immediate environment, allowing for a broader engagement with history that informs how the present is interpreted. And as one continues to explore this perspective, the role of reflection becomes more apparent, as the act of remembering encourages a deeper consideration of the conditions, structures, and experiences that define the blocks, creating an opportunity for understanding that is both analytical and empathetic. And as this reflection develops, it provides insight into how the process of remembrance contributes to a more comprehensive understanding of history, demonstrating how the interaction between environment, memory, and awareness creates a layered perspective that extends beyond individual experience. And as we consider how this perspective shapes the broader narrative, it becomes evident that it allows for a more meaningful engagement with the past, showing how the act of remembering is not only about preserving what has happened, but about understanding its significance in a way that informs ongoing awareness. And as one reflects on how this understanding evolves over time, it becomes clear that remembrance is a continuous process, one that adapts and develops. As new perspectives emerge, ensuring that the meaning of the blocks remains relevant and accessible to future generations. And as this understanding deepens, it reveals how the blocks can be seen as environments that contribute to an ongoing dialogue between past, present, and future, offering a perspective that connects the physical presence of the space with the broader themes of memory, responsibility, and awareness. And as we reflect on this aspect of the narrative, it becomes evident that remembering matters because it creates a foundation for understanding that extends beyond the immediate context of Birkenau, demonstrating how the interaction between preservation, interpretation, and reflection allows for a continuous engagement with history. And as this exploration reaches its conclusion, it reinforces the idea that the blocks are not only spaces of historical significance, but environments that continue to shape how history is understood and remembered, offering a deeper and more nuanced perspective on their role within the broader narrative and ensuring that their meaning endures over time. Chapter 10, Segment 1, Returning to the Space. As the narrative enters its final chapter, the perspective gently returns to the blocks themselves, bringing together the layers of understanding that have been built throughout the journey. Because after exploring structure, experience, memory, and meaning, there is a need to reconnect with the physical space in a way that reflects both what has been learned and what remains to be understood. And it is within this return that the blocks are seen not simply as environments, but as spaces that now carry the full weight of the narrative, shaped by the accumulation of observation, reflection, and awareness. And as one considers how this return is experienced, it becomes evident that the blocks are no longer perceived in the same way as they were at the beginning, because the knowledge gained through the journey transforms the way the space is observed, creating a deeper and more layered understanding of its significance. And as this transformation unfolds, it reveals how the environment is not static but evolves through the process of engagement, demonstrating how perception is shaped by awareness. And as we reflect on how this shift in perception influences the experience of the blocks, it becomes clear that it creates a sense of familiarity that is different from initial observation, where the space is now understood in relation to its history, its function, and its lasting meaning. And as this familiarity develops, it allows for a more comprehensive engagement with the environment, where each element of the space, the arrangement of the bunks, the structure of the walls, the pathways between them, can be seen as part of a larger narrative that has been explored and understood. And as one continues to explore this perspective, the relationship between past and present becomes more integrated, showing how the blocks function as spaces where these temporal dimensions are not separate, but interconnected, creating a unified understanding of the environment. And as this integration is considered, it provides insight into how the experience of the blocks at this stage of the narrative is shaped by both observation and reflection, demonstrating how the environment is experienced not only as a physical space, but as a culmination of the ideas and perspectives that have been developed throughout the journey. And as we consider how this culmination influences the broader narrative, it becomes evident that it creates a sense of closure that is rooted not in finality but in understanding, where the return to the blocks allows for a reflection on the journey as a whole. And as one reflects on how this sense of closure is experienced, it becomes clear that it is shaped by the continuity between the beginning and the end, where the initial observation of the blocks is now enriched by the knowledge gained through exploration. And as this continuity develops, it reveals how the blocks can be seen as spaces that anchor the narrative, providing a consistent point of reference through which the journey unfolds. And as we reflect on this aspect of the narrative, it becomes evident that returning to the space is an essential step in bringing the story to its conclusion, demonstrating how the interaction between environment, awareness, and reflection creates a cohesive and meaningful understanding of the blocks. And as this exploration continues, it provides a deeper insight into how the blocks function as both the starting point and the end point of the narrative, offering a perspective that connects the detailed observation of the environment with the broader themes that have been explored, and how this connection enhances the overall narrative by creating a sense of unity and coherence that ties together the various layers of understanding developed throughout the documentary. As the return to the blocks continues, the focus deepens to consider how this final engagement with the space reflects the transformation that has taken place in understanding. Because the act of revisiting the environment is not simply a repetition of earlier observation, but a moment in which the accumulated knowledge and reflection come together to create a more complete and nuanced perception. And it is within this convergence that the significance of the blocks becomes most fully realized, as they are now understood through multiple layers of context that extend beyond their physical presence. And as one considers how this layered perception is experienced, it becomes evident that it creates a sense of depth within the environment, where each element of the space carries meaning that has been developed throughout the narrative. And as this depth is observed, it reveals how the blocks function as spaces that embody both the details of their structure and the broader themes of history, memory, and meaning, demonstrating how the interaction between these elements creates a comprehensive understanding of the environment. And as we reflect on how this understanding influences the experience of the blocks, it becomes clear that it creates a sense of awareness that is both reflective and integrative, allowing for an engagement with the space that is informed by both observation and interpretation. And as one continues to explore this perspective, the role of perspective itself becomes more apparent, showing how the journey through the narrative has shaped the way the blocks are perceived, creating a transformation in understanding that reflects the accumulation of knowledge and reflection. And as this transformation is considered, it provides insight into how the blocks can be seen as environments that support a process of learning and awareness, offering a perspective that connects the physical experience of the space with the broader process of understanding. And as we consider how this process shapes the overall narrative, it becomes evident that it allows for a more meaningful conclusion, where the return to the blocks serves as a moment of synthesis that brings together the various elements of the story. And as one reflects on how this synthesis is experienced, it becomes clear that it creates a sense of resolution that is grounded in understanding rather than finality, demonstrating how the narrative comes full circle by reconnecting with the space in a way that reflects the journey that has taken place. And as this resolution develops, it reveals how the blocks function as spaces that hold both the beginning and the end of the narrative, offering a perspective that connects the initial observation of the environment with the final understanding that has been achieved. And as we reflect on this aspect of the narrative, it becomes evident that the return to the blocks is not only a structural conclusion, but a conceptual one, demonstrating how the interaction between environment, memory, and awareness creates a cohesive and meaningful narrative that extends beyond the immediate experience of the space. And as this exploration continues, it provides a deeper insight into how the blocks can be understood as environments that carry both historical significance and lasting meaning, offering a perspective that enhances the overall narrative by connecting the physical presence of the space with the broader themes that have been explored throughout the documentary, and how this connection ultimately brings the story toward its final stages with a sense of depth, continuity, and understanding. Chapter 10, Segment 2, Final Reflection and Meaning. As the narrative approaches its final moments, the perspective shifts into a deeper and more encompassing reflection, one that gathers together the layers of understanding developed throughout the journey and considers what they reveal when viewed as a whole. Because the exploration of the blocks has moved through structure, experience, memory, and meaning, and it is now within this convergence that the significance of these spaces can be understood in its fullest sense, not as isolated elements but as parts of a broader narrative that connects past, present, and future. And as one considers how this reflection unfolds, it becomes evident that the blocks represent more than a physical environment, serving instead as a point of connection through which history is engaged, interpreted, and carried forward. And as this understanding develops, it reveals how the journey through these spaces has been one of both observation and transformation, where the act of engaging with the environment has shaped the way it is perceived, creating a perspective that is informed by knowledge, reflection, and awareness. And as we reflect on how this transformation influences the overall narrative, it becomes clear that it creates a sense of continuity between the beginning and the end, where the initial encounter with the blocks has evolved into a deeper understanding of their significance. And as this continuity is considered, it highlights how the narrative itself mirrors the experience of the blocks, moving from surface observation to layered understanding. And as one continues to explore this perspective, the role of reflection becomes more central, as the process of considering what has been learned allows for a deeper engagement with the meaning of the environment, creating a moment in which the various elements of the narrative are brought together into a cohesive whole. And as this cohesion develops, it provides insight into how the blocks function as spaces that support this process, offering a setting in which the interaction between environment and awareness creates an opportunity for understanding that extends beyond the immediate experience. And as we consider how this opportunity shapes the broader narrative, it becomes evident that it allows for a more meaningful engagement with history, where the physical presence of the blocks serves as a foundation for reflection. And as one reflects on how this engagement influences perception, it becomes clear that it creates a sense of depth within the experience, where the environment is understood not only in terms of its structure, but in relation to the broader themes it represents. And as this depth is explored, it reveals how the blocks can be seen as spaces that carry both specific and universal significance, offering a perspective that connects the details of their history with the larger questions of memory, awareness, and understanding. And as we reflect on this aspect of the narrative, it becomes evident that the final reflection is not simply a summary, but a continuation of the process of engagement, demonstrating how the exploration of the blocks has created a framework through which their meaning can be understood in a way that is both comprehensive and evolving. And as this exploration continues, it provides a deeper insight into how the blocks function as environments that support ongoing reflection, offering a perspective that connects the physical presence of the space with the broader process of understanding, and how this understanding contributes to a more complete and nuanced view of Birkenau and its place within history. ultimately bringing the narrative closer to its conclusion with a sense of depth, continuity, and awareness. As the final reflection deepens, the perspective turns toward the lasting impression that remains after the journey through the blocks has come to an end, because beyond the detailed observations and layered understanding, there exists an enduring sense of meaning that continues to resonate, shaping how the experience is remembered and how it informs future awareness. And it is within this lasting impression that the true significance of the blocks becomes most fully realized, as they leave behind not only knowledge, but a perspective that influences how history is approached and understood. And as one considers how this impression is formed, it becomes evident that it is shaped by the interaction between the environment and the process of reflection, where the experience of the space is internalized and carried forward as part of an ongoing awareness. And as this internalization unfolds, it reveals how the blocks function as spaces that extend beyond their physical boundaries, creating an impact that persists through memory and interpretation. And as we reflect on how this persistence influences perception, it becomes clear that it creates a sense of continuity that connects the moment of observation with the broader process of understanding, allowing the experience to remain relevant even after the immediate engagement with the space has ended. And as one continues to explore this perspective, the role of meaning becomes more apparent, as the significance of the blocks is understood not only in terms of what they represent historically, but in terms of how they contribute to a broader awareness of the past and its relevance to the present. And as this understanding develops, it provides insight into how the blocks can be seen as environments that carry both historical and reflective significance, offering a perspective that connects the physical space with the internal processes that shape how it is remembered and understood. And as we consider how this perspective shapes the overall narrative, it becomes evident that it allows for a conclusion that is both reflective and forward-looking, demonstrating how the experience of the blocks contributes to an ongoing process of awareness that continues beyond the boundaries of the narrative itself. And as one reflects on how this process influences the broader understanding of Birkenau, it becomes clear that it reinforces the importance of engaging with history in a way that is both thoughtful and informed, allowing for a deeper appreciation of the complexities and significance of the environment. And as this understanding deepens, it reveals how the blocks function as spaces that support this ongoing engagement, offering a perspective that connects the physical presence of the environment with the broader themes of memory, reflection, and meaning. And as we reflect on this aspect of the narrative, it becomes evident that the final reflection is not an endpoint, but a continuation of the journey, demonstrating how the interaction between environment, awareness, and interpretation creates a lasting and evolving understanding that extends beyond the immediate context of the blocks. And as this exploration reaches its final moments, it provides a deeper insight into how the blocks can be seen as environments that carry both the weight of history and the potential for continued understanding, offering a perspective that brings the narrative toward its conclusion with a sense of depth, continuity, and lasting significance. Chapter 10, Segment 3, The Final Silence. As the narrative reaches its final moments, the perspective settles into a quiet and deliberate stillness, returning once more to the blocks not as places to be explained, but as spaces to be experienced in their present form, because after the journey through structure, memory, meaning, and reflection, there is nothing left to add that can fully capture what these spaces represent. And it is within this realization that the final understanding begins to take shape, not through new information, but through the absence of it, allowing the environment itself to remain as it is, unchanged and unspoken. And as one considers how this final moment unfolds, it becomes evident that the blocks no longer require interpretation in the way they once did, because the layers of understanding that have been built throughout the narrative now exist within the observer, shaping how the space is perceived without the need for further explanation. And as this shift occurs, the experience of the blocks becomes one of presence rather than analysis, where the focus moves away from describing the environment and towards simply acknowledging it, allowing the stillness of the space to take on a central role. And as this stillness is observed, it reveals how the blocks exist in a state that is both complete and unresolved, holding within them the traces of what has been explored without attempting to define or conclude it. And as we reflect on how this state influences perception, it becomes clear that it creates a sense of quiet continuity where the past, the present, and the understanding that connects them are all contained within the same space. And as one continues to observe this continuity, it becomes apparent that the blocks do not offer answers, but rather hold questions that remain open, allowing for a form of engagement that is ongoing rather than finite. And as this engagement develops, it reveals how the final moments of the narrative are not about closure in the traditional sense, but about recognition, where the significance of the blocks is understood without needing to be summarized. And as we consider how this recognition shapes the overall experience, it becomes evident that it creates a sense of depth that extends beyond the boundaries of the narrative itself, allowing the meaning of the blocks to continue beyond the moment of observation. And as one reflects on how this depth is experienced, it becomes clear that it is shaped by the journey that has taken place, where each layer of understanding contributes to a final perspective that is both comprehensive and open-ended. And as this perspective develops, it reveals how the blocks function as spaces that do not conclude the narrative, but rather allow it to remain present, offering a form of understanding that continues to evolve even as the narrative comes to an end. And as we reflect on this aspect of the narrative, it becomes evident that the final silence of the blocks is not empty, but filled with the presence of what has been learned, demonstrating how the absence of words can carry a meaning that is both profound and enduring. And as this exploration reaches its final moments, it provides a sense of stillness that allows the environment to stand on its own, offering a closing that is defined not by final statements, but by the continued presence of the space itself and how it remains, unchanged yet deeply understood, within the broader context of Birkenau and its history. As the final silence continues, the perspective gently begins to move away from the blocks, not in a way that leaves them behind, but in a way that acknowledges that their presence extends beyond the space itself, because what has been experienced and understood within these environments does not remain confined to their physical boundaries, but carries forward into the awareness of those who have engaged with them. And it is within this transition that the true conclusion of the narrative begins to emerge, not as an ending, but as a continuation of understanding beyond the space. And as one considers how this transition unfolds, it becomes evident that the blocks remain unchanged, standing as they are, while the perspective of the observer shifts, carrying with it the layers of meaning that have been developed throughout the journey. And as this shift occurs, it reveals how the significance of the blocks is not dependent on constant presence, but exists as something that endures through memory, reflection, and awareness. And as we reflect on how this endurance shapes the final moments of the narrative, it becomes clear that it creates a sense of continuity that extends beyond the physical environment, allowing the experience of the blocks to remain active even as one moves away from them. And as one continues to explore this perspective, the role of memory becomes more central, as the understanding gained through engagement with the space is carried forward, becoming part of a broader awareness that connects the individual experience with the larger narrative of history. And as this connection develops, it reveals how the blocks function as spaces that continue to exist not only in their physical form, but within the awareness they have created, offering a perspective that connects the environment with the ongoing process of understanding. And as we consider how this process shapes the conclusion of the narrative, it becomes evident that it allows for an ending that is both reflective and open, demonstrating how the experience of the blocks does not conclude with the final moment, but continues to influence how the past is understood and remembered. And as one reflects on how this influence unfolds over time, it becomes clear that it contributes to a lasting awareness that extends beyond the narrative itself, ensuring that the significance of the blocks remains present in a way that is both meaningful and enduring. And as this understanding deepens, it reveals how the final moments of the documentary are not about closing the story, but about allowing it to continue within the awareness of those who have engaged with it, offering a perspective that connects the stillness of the blocks with the movement of understanding. And as we reflect on this aspect of the narrative, it becomes evident that the final silence is not an absence, but a space in which meaning continues to exist, demonstrating how the interaction between environment, memory, and reflection creates a conclusion that is both complete and ongoing. And as this exploration reaches its final point, it provides a closing that is defined not by final words, but by the continued presence of what has been understood, leaving the blocks as they are, and allowing their significance to remain quietly and enduringly within the broader context of history and awareness. As we reach the end of this journey, the blocks of Birkenau remain silent, unchanged, and enduring. What we've explored is not just a place, but a reflection of history, memory, and the responsibility to remember. These spaces do not speak, yet they hold stories that continue to shape how we understand the past and carry it forward into the future. If this documentary helped you see, feel, or understand something more deeply, then that purpose continues with you. Because remembering is not just about looking back. It's about ensuring that what happened is never forgotten. Thank you for being part of this journey. If you found this meaningful, make sure to subscribe and stay with us for more powerful stories that bring history to life with depth and clarity.